charity hunt. We're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
We dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time frame it is for y'all. Welcome in, y'all. How we doing? Hopefully y'all are wonderful. Hopefully you guys are having a great Saturday. Let's move on over here to our main screen today. Look at all of our lovely streamers already live, already ready to go. How's everyone doing? Y'all ready for round number 5? 5 rounds, y'all. We've done 4 rounds so far, and I've already raised over $18,000 for It Gets Better. Freaking amazing. Amazing. Yeah, fix a little bit of stuff here real quick. You need to go over just a little bit more this way. Like that. Let me actually think. Something happened to my setup here. Let me unlock this. What are you on about right now? Will you stop jumping? Why are you jumping? There we go. I'm watching. All right, we got that together. That looks good there. Let me lock that back up again. Welcome in, everybody. Subby Lou is here. Hopefully you're feeling a little better today, love. We got Kathy here. We got Countess Kathy. We got Lady Subby Lou. We got Queen Lindsay in the chat. We've got Martian S. Isabel in the castle. We see Freyline is here. We see Nerdy is here. We see Lady Luna Shay in the castle. We see Princess Jen in the castle. All of our lovelies. Everybody. We got Andy. We got Raptor. Hello, everyone. I prepared, which is why I'm a little bit later than normal today, is because I got me water and my I'm Royalty mug, which you can buy in my merch store if you are a Royal Court member. Thing is humongous, y'all. Look how big this thing is. It's full of water. We're drinking hydrating water. And then I got me some pineapple, frozen pineapple thing. Look at all our amazing streamers. They're all live and ready to go. If y'all don't know what we're doing today, we are doing number 5, round 5 of the Great Palia Charity Hunt, raising money for It Gets Better. We have 5 amazing streamers participating today. Here are all of their links if you want to go check them out. I'm live. I don't know about alive. I know. Thems. What are you doing, Nerdy? I saw that and I'm like, 16 hours? What the hell are they doing? $130 watch streak, Shelby Lou. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Before we get really into the things, also I have a PSA. PSA? Yeah. Y'all, I finished The Bodyguard from Queen Lindsay, and I loved it. And now I'm on Hell's Hound, and now I know why she's like, just wait until you get to Hell's Hound. And I am 10 chapters in, 130 pages in out of 148 pages, so I'm over halfway through this book. Lindsay, when is number 2 coming out? Because this has been such a good read, y'all. Y'all should check out Lindsay's books. Right there's the link for them. Not next. You're making me hold out on round. What? Wait, is that not the next book you're releasing? Lindsay, how dare. This book has, I was talking to Lindsay about it the other day, yesterday. This book has one of my favorite writing styles in a book. And it's because this book is about two people, two males, two guys. And each chapter is their like different perspective, right? So we go from one character's in one chapter's perspective, and then the next chapter continues the story, but it's then the other character's perspective. And it is literally like my favorite style of writing when it comes to books. Because I love being able to like read a story and read from different characters' perspectives, point of view. Yes. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It makes me super excited. It makes me like, ooh, I can't wait till the next chapter to get like the other perspective of the situation that's happening right now. So, but it's also not like a flashback, like repeating the story. That's one of the ones I don't like. I don't like when it's like I have to read 2 chapters to get a whole section together, right? It's a continuously moving story, but it's still the alternate deals. I love it. It's so good. If you have not gotten this book yet, check it out. You can do ! Author Lindsay to get the link to get this one and The Bodyguard. They're both available, both good books, and you're helping out one of our own in the community. You're helping out an LGBTQ creator and reading MLM books. So check it out. Alder, hello, love. How are you? How are you? All right, I'm good. I'm ready to get started, y'all. I got my pineapple cup because it's month of June. It's gay month, and if you know what pineapple does. All right. Can we whoever is modding for Freyline, can they let her know to undeafen? And then we will kind of get started and go over all of our things and all that jazz. We have 5 amazing streamers again. You've got Ramrod over here on the corner of this here. If you all don't know, by the way, if you're watching this multiple rounds like that, orange is always going to be here. Yellow is down here in the corner. Green is below me. Blue is over here. And purple's here. You got Ramrod. You got Jakey, aka Mstrmischief. You got Freyline. You've got itsTallyPlays, who jumped in literally last minute to participate in this event. So I appreciate them so much. And then you have over here on this side, you have NerdyFamGayming. Happy freaking Pride, right? Happy Pride. Look at Elder with that beautiful badge, the special Great Palia Charity Hunt badge. All right. As soon as I see Freyline undeafened, we will get going over there. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba, ba. Get a couple more bites of mine. Yes, it did. Nerdy with the gifted subs. Was that so you can get the Pride gifted badge? Look at Elder with that. I don't have. I mean, I have a little bit there. There's a little muscle there, a little bit, but not much. I think that's like the first time I've ever flexed on stream, y'all. I've been streaming for 6 years, and I don't think I've ever flexed on stream like that. Tyra, hello, love. How are you? Yes. Do we have, we gotta get Freyline undeafened so we can go over things. I'm doing good. Are you excited for your round? Are you ready for your round? I mean, you got some time. You got a little bit of time. There we go. Hello. How is everybody today? How y'all doing?
Hi, Amanda.
Are you all excited to go
Hello.
ready?
Ready as I will ever be.
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, let's
was
go over
born
some of the
ready.
house rules and all that stuff so you all just know how everything's going. The first thing is, again, I just want to make sure everybody's
Hi,
music
everyone.
is off. No music.
Okay.
We had to unfortunately put the no music rule because we are putting these up on YouTube. And the first time I did put it up on YouTube with the people's music playing, I had I think it was like 58 infractions. So it's a lot. And even it was even lo-fi music. Most of the infractions were lo-fi music. So I'm still trying to figure out YouTube and stuff like that, but I want to be able to expand and share. It gets the Palia charity hunt across more platforms. So make sure that your community can hear Discord so that they can hear when their sabotages and incentives get given out. That would be greatly appreciated. If chat can hear me when you all are doing donations, please make sure that in the comment section at checkout, when you check out for your rewards, in the comment sections, please put down what streamer is getting it. So if you're putting in a sabotage, you need to put who's going to get that sabotage. You're putting in a reward, an incentive, put who get that incentive. If you're doing multiple items, put who's getting what. So if you're going to put a groundation and an ore compass together and you want to give your ore compass to Freyline and then ground Ramrod,
Yes.
it needs to say
that's
that.
right.
So just make sure that you let us know. If you don't, I will have to call you out and you're going to have to come over to my channel and tell me what it's for. So you're going to have to come to the principal's office if you don't follow the guidelines of putting it in the comment section. So make sure that you all do that for me. It'll make the things go much smoother. A few additions this year. You do have the mount ability, the horse ability. It is a $30 donation. Once that streamer gets that donation, they will be able to use their horse for the rest of the event. So it is a one and done. So just make sure that if you're going to donate to that reward, that they don't already have that reward. The same goes for the slime potion. A slime potion hasn't been really used much this month, but for those that like Elderwoods and don't want to be slowed down by the slime, now that it's working, it's a good option to have if they have the slime potions. Streamers, make sure you let your community know what you need. If you want to party up, if you want an ore compass, just tell them. And that might help them know what to send your way to help you in the competition. There's a few other bonuses we've got going on this round. Obviously we have the rainbow set. If you get one of every stone in the game except for the sunstone, as that stone came out after our first round has already went, so it is not in effect for this event. But if you get one of every other stone, you will be getting a bonus of 20 points for completing that. You have to physically mine the stones. Donations of that stone does not count towards that rainbow set. Since it's Pride Month, if you receive a rainbow, if you end up getting a rainbow fish, the Gaybert, or the rainbow kitsune, that will be an extra 30 points to get those. You only get it, it's only one and done, so you can't get a rainbow kitsune and get 30 points. Get a gay fish and get 30 points. You have to, it's only one and done. Speaking of kitsus, there's an extra special thing now with the kitsus. If you get a kitsu, I have an in-person wheel that I will spin. It has a few sabotages and incentives on that wheel. The streamer that got the Kitsu will then be able to decide where that that sabotage or incentive goes to. So you get to decide who gets it. That's the extra bonus with the Kitsu plushie deal. And it's any of the 3 Kitsus. All right? How are y'all doing? Y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns about this round?
I got a
I'm
million
ready.
questions because this is my first time.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Ram.
I'm just gonna wing it, but also Jake, you're going down.
Oh, already. I love it.
We've been talking already. We've been talking all day.
Oh, you have no idea how hard we're coming for you.
We started this round at I believe it was $18,022.69 so far raised. But between the last 4 rounds, which is amazing. So we'll see how much you guys raise and add to that. Our original goal was 20,000. I have now upped it up to my actual goal that I wanted, which is 30,000. So any and everything that we raise is going to help It Gets Better, which is a truly an amazing organization, and I have been contributing and helping in some fashion for the last 15 years or so, if not longer. So it's an amazing organization to participate with, and should totally check them out. They do a lot of amazing work with the LGBTQ community, the youth of our community, and they're not only a United States organization, they are all around the world, and in some of the most scariest places for LGBT people to be in. So to have these organizations in those areas is very, very much beneficial for our community. So I want to thank all of the streamers for participating this month. We have had 50 streamers this month. So we hit 50 streamers participating, which is phenomenal. And this is round 5. We are halfway. This is our halfway mark of the streams for the month. So if you all don't have any questions or comments or concerns, we can get started if you all are ready.
I'm ready.
Are you ready, friends?
I know that's literally the what's through my head. Thank you.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right. So if you guys are all on my plot, you will head to the gazebo. And in the gazebo is a stable board. That is where you will start from.
What did you say? Sorry.
You will head to the gazebo inside inside my plot. And there's a stable board that's where you will start from. You guys can just load it up. Don't click on where you're going yet, but load that stable board up. Also, I want to do a quick shout out to Feisty Streams for helping me design this plot. It's an amazing plot. We've done such amazing work on it. I also want to do a quick shout out to our sponsors because we couldn't do this event without them. So I want to thank Elder Gay Guy for sponsoring the trophies. Speaking of which, I don't know if some of y'all are looking at my stream or not, but somebody today will be walking away with this trophy. Well, not this exact trophy, but a trophy like this here. Made by one of our other sponsors, Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paws. And then the top 5 streamers that have the top 5 high scoring streamers of the month will come back and compete July 18th for the Grand Championship round. And that winner is going to receive this trophy right here. It's the Great Palia Charity Hunt Grand Championship Trophy of 2026 for It Gets Better. This thing is humongous, y'all. So a big shout out again to Elder Gay Guy who donated the funds for us to buy all of them. And then shout out to Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paws, for designing and making them. And then our last sponsor, but definitely not least, is Jen Allen, aka J Allen 445, who donated the funds for us to give away the mystery outfit at the halftime and the mystery outfit to the winner. So thank you to all the sponsors because I could not afford to do all of that on my own. So appreciate that. Most of you all have competed before, been a round of it, but I do want to let you know, as it reminds you, we will do this in hour blocks. So in the 1 hour mark I'll have you all pause. You guys will pull up your inventory sheet so the mods can double check their stuff and make sure that the points look correct and everything else is there. And then at the halftime, we will take a 10-minute break. That's when I'll do my mystery outfit halftime giveaway. And that'll be our counter for that 10-minute break there. Alrighty? Alright, go ahead and open up the stable board for me. Should I see everybody at the stable board with it open? We will get started. It's in the gazebo. You just open up that stable board. Are you not able to open that up, Freyline?
It won't let me. Like,
Do you not have a stable yet?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Oh,
Oops.
I didn't know you couldn't use a stable if you didn't have one.
I'm not sure, but it's like, I don't know. It's like I'm stuck. I went to click on it and it's like I'm stuck voting or something. It's definitely me. I'm just gonna try again. I'm turning it off and on again.
I've never seen that before. I mean, if it doesn't work this time, you can go from your home plot if you need to.
I don't know why. It's like voting or something. Okay, I'm good.
Good? Okay. Alright. I see everybody with it on. Let me get this timer started. It takes a second for it to load up on me. You all may begin. And we are starting off with some donations already. So, Nerdy, you have been gifted an ore compass. Ramrod, you got gifted an amethyst.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did not go over the ore. Does anybody need me to go over how the ore counter works and the point system for the silver, gold, and platinum?
Sure.
All right. So, how the silver, gold, and platinum works is it is in a ranking system. So whoever has the most silver is going to get 20 points. Second place is 15. Third place is 10. Fourth place is 5 points. Fifth place gets no points. So you need to make sure that you get those ores in and keep that counter up because those points do matter. It's the same with gold and platinum as well. All right. Y'all have fun. All right.
Popping my
Mom?
ore compass.
Yes, please. Perfect. Go ahead. Yes, please, if you don't mind. That would be wonderful, Mom.
Sorry to be that girl, but push to talk will let me flip in and out of this voice chat quickly, right?
Yeah, it should.
Okay. I don't know how to do it. That's so silly.
Oh, you're good. All right, let's check here in on Freyline.
We haven't got a single gem yet.
Oh my
Okay,
god, I'm
gonna
wasting so much
leave
time right now because I don't remember how to do
the
this.
best gem
Oh my
energy.
god, I'm wasting so much time. Push to talk. Here it is. Push to talk. Here it is.
There's like a group of people doing something. I feel like I should follow them. Also, I feel like you get them from stone as well.
Freyline
Testing.
is so quiet.
So,
Still hear you. Freyline is so quiet. I'm sorry, y'all. I have her all the way up on my
I
stream.
feel like that's a better one. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like we should also go as quickly. Oh my god, we got another one. We got a citrine. The gods answered. Thank you. Thank you, Pride Gods. We had to pray to the Pride Gods, chat. Okay. Seriously? We're gonna get another one right now. Right now.
We have a mod ready to go for Frey. I just don't see her points going up.
Right now.
So making sure that we're good there.
Up there?
Because she just got, an aquamarine and a citrine from what she said.
I'm pretty sure. Like,
How's everybody's Saturday? How's everybody's weekend? Anybody doing any Pride events this weekend?
Every time someone says something positive, we get a gem. There you go.
Working. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too, Angel. But I have to keep telling myself I have tonight, Saturday night, and Monday night. I have 3 more nights at this job that I'm at currently, and then I'm done. Done with it. I'm off to Reno for Bowling Nationals. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna get a few
Oh my god, see?
down days
work.
before I start my new job,
I tell you.
and I'm super excited for that.
It's real. 100% real. Also, the no music thing is kind of killing me a little bit inside because now I just have to like live with my own voice as a streamer.
I'm sorry, love.
I can tell you honestly, all of us dread.
Not able to.
Let's check in on Tally here. Tally's at 22 points because she has the only ore in the game so far, with 3 silver.
There's a rule that if we accidentally put something away or sell it, we lose the points too, right?
That's correct.
Ooh, I don't think. Shoot. Tally also needs to not cuss.
All right, let's check in over here on Nerdy,
Let's go across here.
who's in the Highlands right now.
Yo, donation. Let's go.
Ramrod! Ramrod, you just got gifted a piece of gold. Ramrod, you just got gifted a piece of gold.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Let's go.
All right, y'all. We are almost 18,100. All right, y'all. We need less than $3. So another $5 donation will get us to 18,100. So another $5 donation will get us to 18,100. Interesting first place. What do you mean, Linz? Also, somebody asked about what the current rank is, or leaderboard. You can do exclamation mark charity rank. Will give you what our current leaderboard is. Choose the Highlands. Oh yeah, I know, right?
4 gold ore. Let's go.
All right, y'all. Freyline gets our first donated ruby of the day.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that was supposed to say Ramrod on it, but It's okay. I'm pretty sure I'll get that with him was supposed to later. say Ramrod on it, but
Oh,
GG's. I'll get with
open
him
your
later.
player menu.
GG's.
Why? God.
All right, let's check in on Ram here and see how Ram is doing over here. I think I updated the charity rank. I hope I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I updated it on the plot. I know I did that. Now I'm trying to think if I did or not. I didn't. All right, let me fix that right now. That was something I was supposed to do this morning, and I didn't. My brain was like, "Did I do that this morning?"
Want to think.
Freyline, you just got gifted your horse ability. So you will have the horse for the rest of the event. Oh, Lindsay, those did not get updated. Lindsay, the prices did not change. Leave it the way it is now. I wouldn't change it. Just so you all are aware, our horse ability for this month will, for this round, will be 15. You get a half off this round.
Nice. Thank you.
Somebody forgot to change. Sounds like somebody forgot to change the cost back. Sounds like somebody forgot to change the cost back.
Only because I know she's gonna say it in her head right now. Shut up, Ram.
Say it in her head. She'll be in my chat here in a second. What are you talking about? Say it in her head. She'll be in my chat here in a second. What are you talking about?
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Lindsay, is there any way you could tell me what Rat's total was? I know it was 3 something. I think it was like 329. See if my memory holds me well. Look at me go. Look at me go. Unleash the stones. Okay. Double check exclamation mark charity rank for me. Let me unlock the rocks. Alright, you all can mine the rocks in the chat now. Unleash the stones. Alright, y'all. We are now at $18,212.69. I'm gonna unlock a twist And we haven't done this twist all month. So we're going to unlock the plushie twist. The first streamer to get a plushie this round will get 20 points. Any other streamer that gets a plushie will receive 10 points. Any other streamer that gets a plushie will receive 10 points.
Oh, come on. Come on, guys.
All right, let's check in on Jakey.
Oh.
Jen, if you, I'm sure Lindsay will be like, if you want to do it, because Lindsay's got a lot of other stuff she's got going on. Charmer, hello, love, welcome in.
Do I have a quartz yet? No, I don't. I never struggle to get quartz. And I don't know why the quartzes are being so sus.
Ramron, you got gifted another ore compass.
But
Ramron, you got gifted another ore compass.
I didn't know I had one to begin with, but thank you.
Fix.
I didn't know I had one to begin with, but thank you.
Did you not have another one? Oh no, you got gold. You didn't. My bad. I was just looking at things wrong. You only have the one ore compass you just got donated.
Citrine.
Okay. Thank you.
You didn't. My bad. I was just looking at things wrong. You only have the one ore compass you just got donated. Yeah.
Okay.
Exclamation mark. Here you go. Oops, that's about the charity.
Why am I just going around in circles?
There you go. There's the link for you. Ray, you got another ore compass.
Wait, I didn't see. I was so locked in.
Ray, you got
Who
another
did
ore
it?
compass.
Wait, I didn't see. I was so locked in. Who did it? Wait, another?
Sorry, y'all. This is how I talk. Yeah, you got an ore compass.
Come on.
Okay. You're like, that's just how I talk. I love that. I love you.
Sorry, y'all. This is how I talk. Yeah, you got an ore compass.
Okay. You're like, that's just how I talk. I love that.
All right, we got a random chaos wheel to do. Let's get that up and see what we got going on our random chaos wheel today. Our first spin of the random chaos.
Let's go. 12 copper. I don't need the copper. I need the star stones.
How we do this, by the way, streamer 1 is Ram, streamer 2 is Jakey, streamer 3 is Frey, streamer 4 is Tally, streamer 5 is Nerdy. All right, streamers, we have our first random chaos, and like every round before, it is decided to giveth in the first spin. Freyline, you got gifted a piece of gold.
Come on.
And you got gifted a piece of gold.
Oh, this is a good sign. Come on, Beetle plushie. Come on, Beetle plushie. No. I thought that was going to be a Beetle plush. I was determined.
Oof. A star proud horn, not a beetle, but no plushie, no stone angel.
Amanda, we can't see your face on the stream. Come on, guys, we got this.
I got a
We're in
plush.
second place.
Well, look at you go, Freyline. What did you get? You got a Kitsu plush on top
I
of
don't even
that.
know. It popped up on the screen. I can't.
Oh my
stop.
god,
I'm mining. I'm
Freyline.
busy.
Alright, Freyline did get the 20 points for the first plush, and she gets the spin of the in-game wheel for that obsidian Kitsu she just got.
Oh, no.
All right, Freyline. It landed on amethyst. Would you like that amethyst, or do you want to give it to one of your competitors? All right,
Wait, what?
It landed on amethyst. Our chaos wheel for the
Look
Kitsu.
bad. Yeah, I want it.
Of course you do. All right, Freyline just got an amethyst from that Kitsu.
Yeah, I want it.
Of course you do. All right, Freyline just got an amethyst from
Wow.
that Kitsu.
We got
My ore compass is up, by the way.
Perfect, thank you.
I haven't used mine yet because I could visibly see all the ore. I'm waiting until I can. I will let you
No
know.
problem. Just let me know when you start it.
Perfect, thank you.
Quartz.
Tally, you just got gifted your horse riding ability.
Quartz.
Tally, you just got gifted your horse riding ability. Lindsay, she got the 20 points for the first plushie. That was the twist I released. And then she got an amethyst from the Kitsu wheel.
You guys, hi Angel. How are you? How is Angel? This is the worst start I've ever had in one of these, but things gonna get better, right? How is Angel? Well, thank you first time chat, by the way, Angel. You've not chatted in my chat
I'm popping
before.
that compass.
Right, come here, you bastard.
Perfect, go ahead.
I'm popping that compass.
Yeah,
No,
sorry. Yeah, I
Quartz.
released that twist.
Quartz again, friggin' hell. Now I just need to start Quartz, please. I'm off my normal track of where I normally go.
Why am I Skyrim mountain climbing right now, bruh? This is a bad idea. No.
Hey, Freyline, horses can't climb cliffs like that.
Listen, I'm living my best Skyrim era.
I did tell them about the rainbow set, yes.
Listen, I'm living my best Skyrim. Yes, I'm that old.
Whatever.
Yes, I'm that old. Oh my god, why is it all so far away? I'm just getting achievements. I can't believe I actually got a plus.
Farmer, look at that great Palia charity hunt badge right there.
Okay, we're getting closer.
Checking on Tally here.
Okay. Let's go this way.
All right, y'all. We are now less than $3 away from $18,300.
So much for the horse.
Let's get some more twerking Kenyatas in here, y'all. More twerking Kenyatas. From $18,300. Let's get some more twerking Kenyatas in here, y'all. More twerking Kenyatas.
That's amazing. Twerking Kenyatas. I love it. Glitched. I don't think we've gotten a single quartz.
Also, y'all, in my chat, I just noticed we are 6 followers away from 3.2K followers. Just noticed. I wasn't even looking at it until I saw it up
Did
there.
I really? Oh my gosh. I feel
Crazy.
like I'm getting into the zone. Like ADHD meds are kicking in. Let's go. Was I ever frazzled?
Zone in, Tally. You got this. Zone in, Tally. You got this. You know what I didn't do, though, at the beginning of this round? Was have everybody introduce themselves. So we're going to be doing that at the first hour break.
Okay. Frazzled, debazzled. Okay, come on. Oops.
Get our nerdy here.
What's this?
I know.
So,
When I usually have a checklist, and yeah. So much housekeeping rules. Housekeeping. Should I just start reading until we get a donation? Oh.
You donated to your ear piercings noise.
Let me get my rock before I forget. I have some iron. I left my iron on. All right, let's check in on Ram over here. That plushie and that bonus right there for Frey, that was a huge jump for her. That was 25 points by just getting that plushie. And she got the 20-point bonus for the first plushie, and then got the 5 points from the amethyst from the Kitsu wheel. Uh-oh, we have our first freeze. Already. Lizzie! Hi, Lizzie. How are you doing, love? Did your rock freeze out? Oh, that's so rude. Why did your rock not happen?
Have better luck than I have. That's for sure.
Oh, there it is. Oh, well. That was a long time to wait for just a fucking flint. What the hell? That's rude. The disrespect. The absolute disrespect right there from my bot. How dare they give Lizzie some flint? Although, you know, I mean, Lizzie was on fire the other night, so maybe the flint was needed. Maybe we needed to give you some more flint because you used up all of it the other day. Check it on Jakey.
Come on.
Needs a new roll. If only it was that easy to do.
Come on. Quartz.
Look at Ram, and Ram's gotten...
Where's the emerald? Where is the emerald? It's gonna turn up after the event finishes, isn't it? Like it always does. I always finish these events and all the stones that I need to complete the set all turn up.
Jakey over here is trying to figure out his rainbow set. I'm sure that's what he's talking about right there.
Come on, emerald. Mstrmischief next.
I wonder if Freyline knows that you can't get anything out of the jade.
Around in circles. We just keep going around in circles. Or do we go home, refresh the server? Onyx. Second Onyx thing. Oh, I need mounted my horse. Sorry, Amanda.
Bad Jakey. Bad Jakey.
We got this, guys. We got this.
Bad
We're gonna do.
Bad.
I forget that Amanda is always watching.
All right, someone give Jakey his horse. They're half off this round.
Bad Jakey needs to be punished. Citrine. Amanda always watches. She's always the eyes of everything. I swear she turns me in my sleep. I'm always watching you. It's like the spirit guardian that just carries me going through life.
I don't think Frey knows enough about the Highlands to know. Yeah. I know.
Quartz. Oh my god, the quartzes are turning up, y'all.
I'm surprised she's in the Highlands right now, to be honest.
Quartz, fuck me. Right, we've done this side. Right, back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. I'm coming back to the start. I'm not eating my.
Well, there's some up here. Got it. Up? God. Am I gonna make it? Feels kind of crazy and waste of time. Oh no.
Yeah, you jumped. You're not going to make that for sure now.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. We're not gonna make it. Okay. Saved. This better be like gold. This better be fucking. It's not gold. We're also gonna have to repair very soon. Oh, it's a situation now? Okay, okay, okay.
Checking over here on Nerdy.
So I usually don't really have much luck with palliums, so... So yeah, maybe we'll go Bahari next. After I've done my round here, of course.
Yeah. That plushie definitely helped Frey secure an early lead. Is this the first charity hunt I've seen?
Kilima is usually my
the map
most favorable
beginning?
zone for...
No, they can go to any map they want whenever they want, as long as they're not sabotaged to a certain map. So there is a sabotage available where you can sabotage a streamer to be forced to be in a certain adventure zone for 10 minutes. But otherwise, they can go anywhere they want. They have free reign of Palia. Thank you for the question. I love that.
So
Appreciate all the questions and getting to understand the game. And welcome in, Danny. Welcome in. Nerdy's trying to get that plushie for that extra 10 points.
That's fair, but my brain doesn't remember what you get from what area very well. Or what you get from what stone very well, I should say.
I appreciate that. It's been a labor of love to put together this event, and this is our 3rd year. We're starting on our 3rd year, so we've done 2 full years now of this charity event. We do one every month for different charities, but June is our biggest one where we do multiple rounds. Otherwise, it's only one stream, 5 streamers round each month. And we have raised over $77,000 for charity in the last 2 years.
I don't know what you said before it.
Sorry, definitely though, a labor of love.
Scrolling too quickly. Quartz. Yeah, that's fair.
By the way, I am wearing one of the Great Palia Charity Hunt t-shirts. You can actually get this shirt in if you do exclamation mark, actually I can just, let me just press this button right here. In the bonfire link there, that's where these shirts are. We also have some great Palia Charity Hunt merch in our fourth wall shop as well.
Not like you.
It's a good way to help support me and the thing, you know, the behind the scenes stuff that we do for the charity hunt. And get a little bit of merch. We also have mugs available in the fourth wall. I believe we now have it on this size too, on the fourth wall. All right, y'all. We have 27 minutes left in the first hour.
If I'm calling you, I usually call you by name.
Got a little quiet, and Kenyatta is ready to get back to twerking. So let's get a little bit more donations in. Can we get ourselves to 18.4K before the hour is up? So let's get a little bit more donations. We only need $103 for that. 18.4K.
Let's do it. Also, my compass right now.
Thank you.
Let's do it,
you only
y'all.
need $103 for that.
Get your donations in. Let's go.
Let's do it. Also, my compass right now.
Thank you. By the way, chat, if you're in my chat and you're wondering why there's an echo, it's because we are actually in and listening to their streams. So when I'm talking to you, y'all are hearing me talk, and then you're hearing their stream, hear me talk. There's really no way around it besides just muting them. But I want you all to be able to pop in, and we want to be able to hear what they're saying, what they're talking about. You know, maybe hear what their strategies are, and this is kind of like that sportscaster thing, right? We're in and we're following everything.
Okay. I'll take it.
Checking out everybody. Always watching, as I like to say.
Wait. It would be such a shame.
Right now we're listening to Freyline. He's down here below us.
I think it's like $5 or $10. Does anybody get a spare $5 or $10 for charity? And to give me a compass?
$20, actually.
Oh, they got us. Didn't
Always watching you. Check in on Jakey over here, aka Mstrmischief. Over here. This one. I gotta remember that I'm flipped.
Shit, where's the silver at today? Yo, is this a dead server?
It's the main phrase of the Great Palia Charity Hunt. It is. It is.
Amanda has eyes in the back of her head everywhere. If you guys are streamers here in chat, you want to participate in the
It's
events,
mainly because my glasses let me see through walls.
For various charities. Join the Great Palia Charity Discord. Go to Amanda's chat. Go to Behind the Last Streamers chat. I don't think we've got a mod in here that can shout out.
Jakey's still trying to get that plushie for themselves.
_the_lash_ streaming. And you can do charity Discord in there. Join the charity Discord, and you guys are more than welcome to come and join us on these events if you do play a lot of Palia.
Pally's finding some freaking silver.
I want the emerald. I need the fucking emerald. Imagine we get a starred ruby when we go to Elderwood. Oh, Chris, by the way, I did
Wishful thinking over there, Jakey.
The event. So you can now do ! manifest in the chat. Citrine.
Yeah, these scores are pretty close. Like I said, Freyline does have that extra 20. I mean, yeah, because the 25 points she got from that Kitsu plush for the twist has definitely released her up a little bit.
I will sort my inventory out. I'm sorry it's so messy. I will sort it out for you. I hate a messy inventory. Right, is there anything on the wall? We need to mine the wall. Break it down. Break down barriers, guys. Break down barriers. That's what we need to do.
Ooh, we got a Garnet today. Look at chat. 532 points in chat so far for the month of June.
And also, it's been a bit like the last couple of days have been a bit rough. Kind of with show and stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm sick of the bugs. We'll try like Mujin or something in like another zone, because we are going to go to Bahari after the break. After the first hour break. Ooh, not missing out any stone, y'all. Where's the RN Jesus? Where is RN Jesus today? Shoot.
They're on a holiday, Jakey. They're on a holiday.
I need to repair as well. At some point.
They're on a holiday, Jakey. They're on a holiday.
Oh. Amanda always comes in at the most inconvenient time when I'm on a rant about something. Moan to Palia, they say, and it answers all your frigging questions. Don't answer mine. What a terrible time to take a holiday at RN Jesus. Of course. Moan to Palia, and Palia gives you what you want. Doesn't give it to me. And then when I'm not looking for it, it turns up. I need to remember that Amanda is always listening to what I'm saying, and she will comment on it.
Alright, y'all. We're listening to Ram and Jakey right now.
Guys, we can win this. What a terrible time to take. RN Jesus needs to come back. He's to come back again.
Stuff.
Silver. And an emerald. 3 silver. No emerald, though.
Someone should let Freyline know about the stadium.
Mining a shirt ton of silver by this
In her
point.
Discord, or in her chat. Check over here on Nerdy. And Tally, we'll do both of them.
So
Helium and
either way,
platinum.
however you're here to contribute, thank you very much. I love your heckin' face. Oh, is that another one? Oh.
Albus, welcome in.
Oh,
Thank you for coming in.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
All right, y'all. We got 20 minutes left in the hour. If we can get
Over this way.
over the
Yeah.
18,200 or 300, I'll open up another twist. So we need another like $3 donation or more to give out another twist in the competition. I'll open up another twist. Let's get this. Let's get some donations. We need Kenyatta to be twerking, y'all. Give out another twist. Twerking that Kenyatta. Let's get this. Let's get some donations. We need Kenyatta to be twerking, y'all. Twerking that Kenyatta.
Anybody got any $5, $10 for It Gets Better?
Mind giving a reminder to everyone that anything that gets sent home plot from Pocket Overflow is oh yeah. Don't forget, guys, you are allowed to delete from your pocket. You're allowed to throw things away, but keep in mind, if you end up sending anything if Overflow gets sent to your home and it's any of the stones, you lose it. If you go home and put things in your storage and you accidentally put stone or some of your star stones in your storage, you lose it. So be careful and keep an eye on your star stones, making sure that they stay in your pocket at all times. You lose it. So be careful and keep an eye on your star stones, making sure that they stay in your pocket. Ooh, a starred ruby. Look at you go.
Oh, we're still good. We're still good.
Albus, just so you know, that is an entry into my monthly giveaway that I do. So keep in mind that you may win something at the end of the month. Well, beginning of next month. We need to make sure that gets added to
Being
our sheets,
present
please, and thank you, Ma.
is supporting. Because the more people chat, the more people come into stream. The more people come into stream, the more potential eyes there are.
Them
on
both
the
already? Do we have
stream
2 of
and
them? Do we have somebody else get a star
the more
ruby
people
today?
that potentially donate. Oh my god, we're just racking in. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I feel like we need to do maybe like a Kilma run and then maybe an Elderwood run. We just need to hit everything up.
I did not know we had 2.
Not a Kilma run. How about Elderwood? Okay, not anything. We need to stay exactly where we are.
I don't remember what that command is, Lindsay. Did I may have turned that command off, but now that I have my star ruby.
Here, that's my issue. I really do need a Nord compass. I wasn't saying it for giggles. I actually do need help.
Oh, Carolina got one as well.
Oh.
There it is.
Practically ran it over.
That's what I called it.
Uh-oh. Also, if you don't have money to give, obviously no, you can't. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Being here helps support. So when I make a call out for something, it doesn't mean like each individual person. Where's the... Why is everybody Oh.
Clicking on tally.
Okay.
So Tally went home to unload stuff.
Super careful. Yeah, like.
Checking our nerdy over here.
Y'all, I would really love an ore compass right about now. That'd be fantastic. Y'all should donate one.
Jakey, you just got gifted a piece of platinum. Jakey, you just got gifted a piece of platinum. With that donation, it does put us over 18.3. I'm going to release our next twist. It'll be the Bahari or Killamapile, one or the other. With that donation, if you get something rare, you will receive 20 points. Release our next twist. You can go at any time to check out that pile, but one or the other. If you get something rare, you will receive 20 points. You can go at any time to check out that pile, but one or the other.
Okay, we're gonna go check it now while we're here, and I'm thinking
I'm
of
at my pile in Killama.
Go right ahead.
I'm at my pile in Killama.
Go right ahead.
Here I
Your
think.
recipes. Them dang recipes. Ooh, your recipes.
Let's hope for something
Them dang
rare.
recipes.
Let's see, where are we at? Not sure where the pile is, so we're gonna have to kind of look for it. Oh.
Hey, nerdy. No swimming. No drowning.
I was feeling a little warm. I needed to cool off.
Nerdy.
Okay.
No swimming. No drowning.
I was feeling a little warm. I needed to cool off.
Click on Jakey as well.
No
We got
oysters. No oysters.
Jakey live.
Don't
and Nerdy.
go for things I don't need.
Do them both.
Don't pick up things I don't need.
Come on, Emerald. I need an Emerald, chat. In the middle.
Oh, I got mine. It's
I feel like we're going to be coming back for this Emerald.
Sweet.
Where is our pile today?
Sweet leaf
Oh.
is not rare.
That was
Sorry, love.
interesting.
yeah. Oh, I got mine. It's sweet.
Sweet leaf is not rare. Sorry, love.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually know where the... Can anybody find out where the killer pile is for me and we'll go and get it? Because everyone's getting it. If you do like, I think it's like Palia maps or something.
Excuse
I
me.
didn't.
It will tell you
I
where
don't
the
think I
killer pile is.
missed it. Did I? No.
And give me like a coordinate. If not, we can do it next hour. It's completely okay with me. Oh, all this copper, which I don't need.
Let's go over here.
We are going to go to Elderwood probably in the next hour and do like half Bahari, half Elderwood.
Yes, y'all. I
That's
would
not
love the horse. It would
It
help
should
me a
be,
lot.
like,
Find this thing a lot
B5.
faster.
It would've.
C5 is what it'll be. Like a grid number.
You're too far down.
Okay.
You had to have missed it, Nerdy, because I don't think it's that far down.
I'm nearly finished this round anyway. Thank you, Chris.
I had to have passed it somewhere,
E5.
but where?
Top corner of E5. So that's
Because I
gonna
know I
be,
haven't gotten it because I haven't played Palia at all
E5
in the last
is-
couple days.
Ah, okay. It's
All right,
I
y'all.
don't
Less
think
than
it's
10
usually
minutes
up here,
left
is
in the
it?
first hour. Less than 10 minutes left.
That's going to be under the tree then. Of E.
All right, y'all. Less than 10 minutes left in the first hour. Less than 10 minutes left.
That's going to be at the top of the... Well, minor things we go along the way though. Come on, because there's star zones.
At the
y'all.
very
We
top
need
of the
star
beach.
zone.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Andy.
I
Like
will
as
mine
far
everything
north as you can
within that
go.
tree then, in that case.
That's where I started. I
There's
just didn't
E5
see it
under the tree,
there.
if I remember.
I must have overlooked it.
Ah, there it is.
Probably.
Is that a node? Right, I'm not passing this up.
Y'all, for $15, you could speed up this process by gifting me a horse.
I'm at the Kilima pile.
Go right ahead, Jakey.
Oh, I got a carrot. I'm at the Kilima pile.
Go right ahead, Jakey.
Oh, I got a carrot. Oh, I got a carrot.
Wah, wah, wah.
Boo.
Okay, a little ways to go still. What I should have done is frickin'
Why is my game being...
use the stable to get there.
You got a carrot,
Oh, well.
guys.
Hindsight is 2020, y'all.
Hopefully we get the other twist to the other pile.
Ooh. Freyline's headed to the Elderwood.
Ah! Thanks, Iron Jesus. Iron Jesus, y'all need to like grow a pair of balls and actually let me win a game round.
Yep, there it is.
Die! Ah!
Okay. My
Here it
pile was a
is.
recipe.
That's what we
Wah,
started about
wah,
5 minutes ago.
wah.
Recipe.
Sorry, love. All that
We appreciate it.
time. No.
My pile was a recipe.
Wah, wah, wah. I'm sorry, love. All that time. No. The Kilima and the piles have not been very beneficial to any streamers. We'll see if it. I think Tally's the only one left, so.
Let's find some iron while we're here.
And do a quick refresh on our streamers here as well while we're at it. Get ourselves caught up, because sometimes that delay builds up.
I'm so competitive. It's for charity, but we gotta lock in.
Six minutes left in the first hour.
Sometimes it's the tiny ones that actually give you something.
It is very true. Every stone matters, except for Jadium right now.
Platinum. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh, getting that plat in there. I saw that. At least I think that was platinum.
All right. I don't want to take that.
I believe I saw her get platinum. We'll see if it loads up on the screen or not. It could have been.
Lock in. I want to be.
It could have been
past
Palium, I guess, but I
100
don't think
before this
Palium comes up
ends.
that color.
I want to. We need 20 more points.
I don't know.
We need 20 more points. That looks trippy as hell. Alright, bro. Alright. Woohoo! I think
No,
that
she
having
definitely
those
had some
here
platinum
gives
then.
us a
So they may have
competitive
missed that
advantage.
platinum
Oh my
and not
God,
added her
that
the
is
points
so
to it
close
yet.
to us. We really
Because
need
that
to
was
find
not
more
that light color that the
genuine
platinum's
thing. I
Palium
need
showing
to
up.
find-
It was definitely darker.
We need another gem like.
So we'll see. We'll see once we get to this halftime deal and they double check the scores. They'll catch that and get that added to the score.
Right behind you. Izzy.
I can see how many platinum it was, so I can't guesstimate. But I mean, even one platinum will make them tied for first place in platinum, which will add 20 points actually to her score right now. So she'll be at 101. The question is whether or not Jakey, it will be tied with her in first place or not, in platinum or not. And we'll see how much platinum she got.
No, I know I can get platinum. There. Forest. That's the goal. We need platinum and rubies. on, rubies. We need to get lucky.
Because if she got 2 platinum, that'll put Jakey in second place, and Jakey will lose 5 points because he won't be in first place anymore for 20.
Emerald, which means we have to go to Kilma. Poop.
This is your 2-minute morning. We got 2 minutes left in the first hour. We got 2 minutes left in the first hour.
I might need a little bit of help.
Has Freyline not gotten any gold, silver, or platinum at all? Did she not get any gold while she was in
Come on.
the Elderwood or in the Highlands? Because that gold is a donation gold from her for her, right? Or no, it isn't. Never mind, it isn't.
I don't see any
She only got 1 piece of gold while she was in the Highland?
at all.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm throwing. Let go. Yeah, it's all or.
That's kind of crazy because I feel like I always get so much gold in the Highlands.
Fuck.
Bless you, Freyline.
Oh, thank you.
Bless you, Freyline.
Oh, thank you. No, I drowned.
Okay, just because you sneeze does not mean you can go drown yourself too, okay? Okay, just because you sneeze does not mean you can drown yourself too, okay?
I'm having a rough time. I need some help. I'm having a rough time. I need some help. Someone's out here. I need to get off this elderwood. This elderwood is being strip mined by somebody else and it's not me. I need to get out of here. No. Oh. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. I think we have 2 minutes left anyway, so we might as well go back home.
Alrighty, you're hitting a node. Finish that node, then pause and pull up your inventories so that mods can double check the scores, make sure everything is ready to go. And we are done with our first hour, y'all. How y'all feeling? Y'all doing all right? You hanging in there?
Yeah. Did you say sunstones don't count?
Sunstones do not count. So, unfortunately, they came out after the first round was already done. So, in order for fairness, we had to not include them for the rest of the month. We will be putting them into the rotation and points available for the championship round, though, in July. All right, our mods are going to check their scores, make sure everything is good to go. And when they let me know they're good to go, we will go over the scores for y'all. We have raised $18,307.69. So we're getting there little by little. We can keep raising some more money. More twerking Kenyattas are always lovely. Make sure you guys keep your inventories up until mods are ready to go so we can see everything. Y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns right now? Also, Freyline, just so you know, for next time, make sure you wait until we go live, until the timer starts again before clearing your pockets.
Whoops. Sorry.
You're good, love. Did you not get any platinum when you were out in Elderwood? I thought you got platinum when you were out there.
I definitely did. but don't know where it went. So, whoops.
Okay. And then just so you know, the Jade doesn't matter either at this current time. All right. Well, we're now at $18,407. Ramrod, you've got 5 ore compasses just donated to you. All right. Just waiting on the go ahead from the mods, letting me know we're good to go. And like I said, we'll go over the scores with y'all. Don't forget again, actually, while we're doing this, I forgot to do this at the beginning, because I was kind of rushing through stuff like that. So we're gonna do a quick introduction of everybody. So we'll go ahead and start with Ram and just introduce yourself, you know, kind of games you stream, pronouns, you know, whatever else you want to add into it. We'll go ahead and start with Ram first.
All right. I'm Ramrod. I go by Ram or Ramrod, either one. He, him. I play a variety of games. Been in and out of streaming, but lately I've only been streaming charity events. So still on the fence on if I want to go back into it or not. So yeah.
Alrighty. Jakey, you are up next.
Hello, I'm Mstrmischief, also known as Jakey Jake. Either those will do. My pronouns are he, him. I am a mod for the wonderful Amanda behind the last streaming, and I've been with Amanda for years. We've been friends for a while. I stream a lot of Palia, play the odd spooky game every now and again, and looking for new cozy games. So any kind of new suggestions alongside Palia's rotation, more than welcome.
Alrighty, Freyline.
I'm Frey. I'm a cat girl and I stream a lot of random games, including I just finished Subnautica. Can't wait for more content in that. Yeah, just happy Pride, everybody. I'm happy to be here and glad to be a part of this for like I don't know what year running. So many years, all the years.
This will be year 3.
Yeah, it's always good to be back. Woohoo!
Alrighty, go ahead with Tally, which also a big shout out to Tally for popping in here in less than 24 hours to join us today to fill in a spot that got unfortunately Planet B wasn't able to make it with us because of some technical issues and some sickness. So thank you, Tally, for popping in, and go ahead, love. You are muted if you're talking, love.
We play games like Star.
Tally, you're muted, love. We can't hear you. Tally. Thank you.
Technical
There we go.
difficulties. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, love. There you go.
My name is Tally, aka Tess. Pronouns are she, her. Technical difficulties. Tally is here as always. Mostly cozy, chill vibes. Lots of cozy games like Stardew, Palia, Disney, Dreamlight Valley, etc. Yeah, cozy chaos crew, and I'm so excited to be here. I hope to come back, even though I'm a bit of a hot mess. Thank you so much for having me.
It's fine. If you only knew the hot mess behind the scenes of myself, it's fine. All right, Nerdy, go right ahead,
hot
love.
mess around here. Hot mess means you fit in.
Right.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited.
Of course. Go ahead, Nerdy.
I am NerdyFamGayming. I go by Nerdy. I am a they them that likes to cause mayhem. I play a huge variety of content, everything from simulator games, Palia, Overwatch, Sims, Marvel Rivals, horror games, indie games, everything in between. I also have been streaming just shy of 5 years next month. And yeah, I'm a gender fluid variety streamer, so.
Speaking of gender fluid, also, Nerdy didn't mention it, but Nerdy is also an award-winning streamer, receiving a Feudy just this past just a week ago, I think. Remember that?
Yes.
So congratulations, Nerdy, on your Feudy. I was robbed.
Thank
It's
you. Fine.
I was nominated for a Feudy at least, so I am a nominated award nominated streamer. All right, let's go over these scores so y'all can see where everybody is at this current moment. The scores are ready. We have got in the lead, Freyline is at 94 points. We've got Jakey at 72. We've got Ram at 53. We got Nerdy at 48 and Tally at 37. Going over the ore so you kind of see where everybody's at with ore. A lot of silver, y'all. Y'all spent a lot of time in Kilima this round. For silver, our leader is Tally at 63. We have Ram at 48, Jakey at 37. We've got Nerdy at 12, Freyline at 0. In gold, we have Frey in the lead with 19, Nerdy at 12, Ram has 1. And in platinum, Jakey has 1. That's it. So still a lot of points to be able to be given out in the ore count. So don't forget to get those ores. Also, a reminder in my chat, if anybody comes into my chat, make sure you guys mine the rock. It's a channel point redemption. And your rock, depending on what you get, could be added to the chat points, which is this current point system for the current month. It's all around. It'll be available. Chat has gotten 558 points. So I'm hoping that we can see chat over 1,000 points by the end of the month. So there is that. Do y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get into our second round?
Nope.
I will say for Ram's community, I would probably say hold off on ore compasses until he starts getting through the 5 that he currently now has, just to make sure that they actually get used. Alrighty. If you all are ready, y'all may begin. I apologize, chat, if you guys start hearing a lawnmower going. They are mowing our lawns in this current moment. I'm not seeing my mic go off for it, so I think you guys are good. But if y'all do hear it, just so you know. So we did have somebody mine their rock right after that in the chat. We're now at 569 points for chat. Chat's pretty spicy right now, y'all. Never mind, the spiciness is over. Kathy, you ruined the spicy! You just couldn't let us be spicy for a little bit. Oh, great. Tiltify just, like, locked me out? Did it log you two out, Lindsay, or was it just me? Oh, back-to-back amethyst? Okay, y'all. Let's check in on Freyline.
Hence, like, why I, like, randomly freak out about stuff. Like, honestly, to finally
Mackenzie, welcome in. Just me, of course. I literally just, like, looked over here and I just saw it, like, just back out. I'm like, well, that was rude.
Because, like, normally I'm just so hard on myself about everything. And, yeah.
That would have been Sky and Lizzie. Because the lawnmower is out there.
Amanda, I'm going to pop one of the 6 or...
So, if
perfect, thank you.
Is able to,
Amanda, I'm going to pop one of the 6 ore compasses.
How much is a compass again? Because, like, perfect, I feel like... I feel like if we get a compass,
Compass is
it'll
$20,
direct them to
Ray.
go straight to the.
Compass is $20.
Oh damn, that is a lot. Okay. I didn't realize it was 20 bucks. Dang. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's for charity.
Also, Frey, I'm just gonna give you a heads up, just so
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
JDM gives you
And I was
nothing
actually
for the charity
diagnosed
hunt.
ADHD.
It's gonna help you no way for the for it. Just so you heads up on it.
Yeah.
It's gonna help you no way for the for it. Just
Yeah.
So you heads up on it.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go any longer without telling her, y'all. And now, I mean, if she hits them, it's on, like, she hits
We
them.
really should go to the Elder Wood.
Ooh.
The only thing out here that it's
What
giving
happened?
us that,
Why
like,
did Frey
really
go
helps
down
is
in
the
points?
gold. And
Oh, Nerdy took over gold.
even the
Okay, all right, Nerdy. Taking over that gold lead right there. That's the only reasons why you'll see scores go, well, actually, there's two reasons. You'll see scores go down in changes of placement in the ore, the silver, gold, and platinum, or if somebody donates a steal, right? So if they steal points from one streamer, give them to another, then obviously that's also why points will go down. But for example, right now, Frey was the leader in ore and for gold, but Nerdy surpassed her. So Nerdy went up and Frey went down.
I can't help myself. I grew up in the 80s, so 80s and 90s. Girls weren't diagnosed back then.
Checking on Jakey here.
Garnet. We got a Garnet.
Artemis, hello, love. Ooh, a starred emerald from you today. Look at you. Ooh, Jakey went down in points too. Let's see what happened there. Oh, Jakey,
It's really rough that I'm passing.
Jakey lost the lead in platinum because Ram got some platinum, and that's where that
really
point
want
system
JDM.
happened. Tally, you just got gifted an ore compass. Tally, you just got gifted an ore compass.
Oh, why not? Why not?
Jakey's hunting, still trying to get that plushie. Just so that you guys also a reminder, don't forget that even though Freyline got the plushie from the plushie twist, everybody else can still get 10 points for getting a plushie in any time. Everybody else can still get 10 points for getting a plushie in any time.
Another Garnet.
Jakey at 69 points. Giggity. All right, let's check in on Tally here and see how Tally's doing down here in the corner.
A new pile, a new pile. Ooh, which way do we come? Let's go this way.
All right, y'all, we're at $18,427.69. If we get to 18,450, I'll release another twist in the game for our streamers to possibly get some more bonus points. I'll release another twist in the game for our streamers to possibly get some more bonus points. I would love to get us to 20K tonight. I don't know if that'll be possible. But it's definitely where I would be, where I'm hoping to try to get to. If we get to 20K tonight, this is halfway mark for us.
I'm so slow at swapping. Ooh.
I could,
such a good call.
could be interesting to see, that possibility of being able to maybe get us to 40K, right? If we did get 20K in the first half,
Sweet James, I love your face.
I don't know. We'll see.
Don't forget how incredibly proud I am.
Why is Frey having such struggle point right
You
now?
are freaking amazing. Should we try these?
Is Frey just like trapped in the Highlands right now? Like it won't let her go anywhere, wouldn't it?
Come on, plushie. Ah. Come on, plushie. Come on, plushie.
Turboard's being really not helpful to her.
Ooh. Where are you? Right there. There's a lot of tapas over here. Oh! Oh!
Did you just get it?
Yeah, and I didn't call it out before I snaked it.
Oh.
Wow. That was ridiculous.
Was that your top? Was that your pile? Tally? Was that your top? Was that your pile?
Sure was.
Tally? And I saw Dragonspear Pete, right? That was something rare?
I'm muted, aren't I?
I can hear you anyway, so I'm listening in on you. And I saw Dragonspear Pete, right? That was something rare?
Yeah.
I can hear you anyway, so I'm listening in on you. Alright, so that's 20 points for Tally for her pile.
And
GG's, love.
just as...
Alright, so that's 20 points for Tally for her pile. GG's, love.
Thank you. That was wild.
Alright, so now everybody has done at least one pile, so that twist is done for now. Unless we release another one.
Another quartz. Okay. Ah! Oh, we got the emerald! We got the emerald! We got the emerald! We got the emerald! Ooh, ooh.
Way
We
to
got it, we got it, we
go,
got it, we got
Tally,
it.
getting
Let's
her
go.
emerald. Look at her go. Alright, let's check in on Nerdy now. Mr. Sims, how are you doing, love? How's y'all doing? How's everybody doing?
I haven't really seen any, like...
I need to refill my water up when we take our break. Nerdy's in Elderwood. Let's check in on Ram over here and see what Ram's up to. Ramrod. Be right back. Okay. Yes, lay down and relax, Jackie. Get to feeling better. We love you. All the love. All the love. Alright, so we got 4 people. 4 of these streamers are in Elderwood. Where's Tally headed? Like an Elderwood round today or around this round? Oh, she went home. Yeah, she went home.
Welcome, Raiders. Choose your fate.
We'll let them have their raid moment.
How is there no stone? Is someone like mining this all? Me, I'm mining it all. Oh, no.
All right, y'all. Again, don't forget, we'll release our next twist when we hit to $18,450. We only need $23 to hit that. When we hit to $18,450, we only need
Oh my god, I lost my lead. They've all been getting so much and catching up, and I like haven't gotten a single thing. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Okay. Just have fun.
They are definitely catching up. Definitely catching up there, y'all. Look at how tight this thing is now. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Mark, donate $100. It gets better.
Mark, if you're in anyone's chat, if you can see me in my chat for a moment, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Is that for me?
We've also unlocked another twist in the game, y'all. This twist is going to be one of the Elderwood piles. If you're in anyone's chat, if you go to an Elderwood pile and you get an Umbrian item, it's 10 points.
Also unlocked. Mark,
If
that was
that pile is actually the Umbrian painting 3, you will get an extra 20 points. Umbrian item.
Can someone shout out Amanda, Ollie, please?
If that pile is actually the Umbrian painting
Mark, you gotta just go to Amanda's chat really quickly. Thank you so much for that. Also, I definitely did get platinum before.
That's just Lilu.
I don't know where it went. I definitely got 2 before. I know I did, and that's. Really
How are you, Lilu? Are you back home yet? Or are you on your way home? I know that was like still. Are you home now?
Mark, thank you so much for the $100 donation.
Lady Carlina, hello, love. Welcome in.
I definitely did get platinum. I don't know where it went, but I definitely did get it. Cause like.
I just got Umbran dress.
Umbrian dress does give you at least 10 points for it being Umbrian, but not the extra 20. So 10 points to Nerdy.
It's okay. It's okay.
Got home yesterday afternoon. Gotcha.
Dress.
Umbrian dress does give you at least 10 points for it being Umbrian, but not the extra 20. So 10 points to Nerdy.
Ollie, can you link their stream? I'll do it. Hold on. This is the stream. You gotta, if that was for me, you just gotta tell Amanda what you wanted it for. Oh, thank you so much.
I figured that it was an easy twist since everybody was in their news. Hello, Mark. I saw that you did the donation, but you didn't put any rewards or comments to it. Did you want that to be a ruby? And I hear that it's for Freyline, so I just want to check. Did you want to donate a ruby to her, or did you want to donate other things?
Like, I'm looking for more platinum, and I can't find any.
Is that what you wanted it for?
The heck?
And thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
I keep going in the same paths, too. I need to choose a different path. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Freyline, you got gifted a ruby.
I feel like we have not gotten a gem in.
I'm gonna
so
drop my ore
fucking
compass.
long.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the ruby.
That was.
My ore compass is ended, and I will start another one.
What? Go ahead, Ram. And that was Tally that asked about the other ore compass, yeah?
Thank you. My ore compass is ended, and I will start another one.
What? Go ahead, Ram. And that was Tally that asked. So Ramrod's doing the second ore compass. Tally's starting hers.
I think we. Oh my god, an amethyst. That's huge. That's huge.
It was me, yes.
Thank you, love. You're good. And y'all, we're at $18,527.
Gets better. That means a lot. And thank you for the ruby to help us out with the points. Okay, let's make our way to the other side.
Freyline is now taking back the lead in platinum by 1 piece. Ram's got 12. Frey's got 13. That's another reason why her points jumped up. Plus that donation of that ruby, and she's got an amethyst. So her points have definitely popped back up there.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes,
That gold is a very tight spot there too. Jakey's got 29 gold. Nerdy's got 28 gold. And then Frey's behind, just behind them with 19.
Wait. I just get so lost here. Holy shit. A garnet, a pearl, and a Steven. I know.
We've had no sabotages this whole round yet. I'm just kind of shocked. I was expecting a little bit of sabotage happening.
Save the day.
Freyline, you just got gifted an ore compass.
Oh my god, Lola with the $20. Let's go.
Freyline, you just got gifted an ore compass.
Thank you for the ore compass, Lola. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I am activating it. Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You decided this is my Super Bowl.
And I am
So
activating
we
it.
play it like
Thank
this,
you.
Danny. This right now, these events, this is like
Thank you.
oh god, why am I blanking? Before the Super, why I'm literally, and you know I'm a football fan, but I am blanking. The playoffs. This is the playoffs. The Super Bowl will be July 18th. When we do the top 5. Top 5 streamers will go head to head on the 18th of July. And be competing for the top trophy right here. This trophy right here. The winner of July 18th gets this trophy right here. We'll be live with those top 5 streamers live, and It Gets Better will be live during that event as well. Now, every streamer, every round, the winner of every round for this month will be getting a smaller trophy like this one right here, for their win. So, but it's exciting. That definitely will be the Super Bowl, and it's already shaping up to probably be a really, really good round. Exclamation mark charity rank will get you the list of our current top 5 scores. But again, keep in mind, this is just round 5. We have a total of 10 rounds to get through. Technically 11, because I do a solo round at the very end of the month, where we will be, I'll be trying to beat that top score, which I don't see me beating the top score, even if it goes up higher than what it is right now. Jupy has a score of 538 points, which is our top score right now, and it beats the...
Does a jackpot bag count for anything?
It does not. Do not open it. If you did, you're going to have to try to make sure that we get those out.
Does a jackpot bag count for anything?
Do not open it, because it could have starstones in it, and they do not count.
What ore are we looking for? Platinum.
Okay, thank you.
Gold. We're really looking for gems more than anything. And every single
Okay, thank
stone
you.
ore or whatever. I don't know. Let's
Yeah.
take a look.
Now,
Okay.
she actually, she didn't beat her highest score in October, because we do this every month again, but it's not as this intensive. June is our big one where we do multiple rounds. But again, every month we do an event with a different charity, and we have 5 streamers participate each month. But in October, we did a charity, we did a round for charity for, or creations for charity, which is a Lego charity, and they actually buy Lego sets and send them out across the world to underprivileged children. And we raised over $11,000 that round, and Jupy won that round with, I think it's 705 points. So she has the current high score overall too. Welcome back, Princess Jen.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Is that good?
I'm not sure. That would be a question, I think, for Lindsay and them. By the way, y'all, if y'all start seeing my eyes watering, and everything else, they are mowing outside, and we unfortunately have, wild onions.
I feel like using a horse here is weird.
Woo! And I can smell it so bad right now. Woo! Oh, God, okay.
Alright, no, don't do that now.
Just checking on Nerdy here.
For that girl.
I know. I don't know how it gets so strong in the house, but whoa! It just like hit me like a rock. Tally is loading. Let me refresh Tally here. Oh no, I'm lagging. Everything just relagged. Okay. I need to redo Jakey here.
Gonna grab this because, like, there's still things that I need. Time to not server hop, but go somewhere new. I'm not getting a whole lot of good here.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's go to Ram here. Aw, well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. No worries. No worries at all. Y'all, we are 5 follows away from 3,200. 5 follows away. That's crazy. All right, y'all. 33 minutes left in this first half. We are at $18,547.69. Can we get to 18,600 before the end of the hour? Let's see. Let's get some twerking Kenyatas going. We've also had no sabotages this whole round.
We got the wholesome chat.
Interesting. Before the end of the hour. Let's see. Let's get some twerking Kenyatas going. We've also had no sabotages this whole round.
We got the wholesome chats.
Interesting.
Maybe for a little bit. And we'll complete this round. We'll go to the travel board. We'll go to Elderwood. I think, and we'll go and go crazy in Elderwood for a little bit. How about that, chat? How do we fancy? Oh, you right, friend?
Again, do you stream? These events are open for everyone, no matter what size streamer you are. So always be interested. You should check out our Discord. Which the Discord is open for everyone as well. You don't have to be a streamer to participate in the Discord. We do talk a little bit about things, but it also helps you all to know what we got coming up. It also allows people to suggest charity events or charity possible charities to do our events for. Lots of stuff going on in there.
If you guys are lurking in chat, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate you all. Really appreciate it.
Freyline, I've already told you, you're not supposed to be drowning.
We love our
How did I know you were gonna call me out on that?
Freyline, I've already told you.
Damn it.
I'm always watching.
Always watching. Gonna call me out on that. Damn it.
Amanda is always
watching.
It's always watching you. Always. Oh, come on, manifest Ruby.
We need an emerald really quick for. Oh wow, I
Or
just
an
watched that
amethyst.
disappear before my eyes. We need an emerald really quick for the pride. So let's try to get one really quick. Because I wonder if anybody else is doing that.
All right, y'all. 30 minutes left in the half. 30 minutes left. All right, y'all. 30 minutes left in the half. 30 minutes left.
We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. And then we'll go back.
It'd be better to go
Check
for
out Nerdy over here.
Bahari at that point.
At home, looks like they're unloading and getting themselves reorganized. Check on Tally here.
78.52. $6.48. Somewhere we got. Yeah.
The onions got me so sidetracked in my brain right now. I'm trying to focus. I got some soup that Jen got to warm up for a break time. That's what I'll be doing during my 10 minutes. Go potty and warm up some soup. Everything's lagging again.
763 earner.
So Tally's taking advantage of her ore compass in the Elder Woods. With everybody being in the other one, I'm surprised we've only gotten one pile so far. Crap. Fred's gotten 53 platinum. How did she get so much platinum? Holy cow. I just noticed that. 53 platinum for Freyline. That's a lot of platinum. Wow. Bono, what's up, love? How are you? Welcome in. There's a shit ton of platinum. I didn't even notice that they had that much platinum. I need to fill my water up too. I'm empty. I'm drinking a whole deal of water. Are you proud of me, chat? A whole thing. This thing is humongous. I need more water though. I'm out. All the water today.
I just got a I just got a proud horn plush.
All right, that is 10 points to Nerdy for the plushie twist. 10 points to Nerdy.
I just got a.
I'm at an Elderwood
I
pile.
just got a proud horn plush.
Go right ahead. All right, that is 10 points to Nerdy for the plushie twist. 10 points.
Let's get the Elderwood pile.
Umbran Painting 1.
All right, Umbran Painting 1 is not the one we were actually looking for, but you do get 10 points for it being an Umbrian item. So 10 points to Jakey.
Umbran Painting 1.
It was close though. It was very close. It was in the same bracket, but not the right painting number.
Yeah. Let's go, chat. Let's go. We got 10 bonus points. Let's go.
Close though. It was very close. It was in the same bracket, but not the right painting number.
Let's go, chat. 10 points. Let's go.
The green cake. Oh no. I'm almost out of the green cake.
The
Come
chance at
on, we can do
the
this. I
rainbow frog bet.
believe.
Listen to Frey and
You're still
Jakey
in the
right
lead.
now.
Somebody's really close behind, by the way. So we need to try to get the pride flag of gems. And I've made a mistake. This is not going to give me what I need. I've made a mistake.
Speaking of the Pride set, we still got a lot of people with a
Platinum.
lot of different
Don't
stuff.
disappear.
So, Ram needs an onyx,
Come on.
One
Emerald.
piece
an
of platinum.
emerald, and a sapphire,
No.
and an aquamarine. It looks like.
Not someone whizzing.
Jakey needs an aquamarine, an emerald, a sapphire, and a ruby. Freyline needs a sapphire,
compass is done.
an emerald.
Platinum isn't here.
Thank you. You popping another?
Ruby. 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 Ruby.
How much time do we got?
25
My
minutes.
ore compass is done. Yes, I'll pop another one.
All right. Thank you. You popping another?
My
You
ore
popping
compass
another?
is done as
I have
well.
14 platinum. What do
Perfect.
you
Thank you for letting me know.
How much time do we got?
All right, so Ram is gonna pop another ore compass.
It's not on the list.
All right.
My ore
Okay.
compass is done as well.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know.
Come on, chat. Manifest the ruby. Manifest that ruby. I want to drop through the hole.
How did someone take the
Ah, no.
platinum? I'm so confused.
I just saw a piece
Also,
of
how do they
white
have
stone
a
in the corner.
35? Wait, what? So confused. Does it count double or something? I'm so confused. How does this work?
Come on.
How does this work?
Give me a ruby.
All right, just so you all know, chat, the changes in the
Alien,
scores.
give me
Why
a ruby,
Freyline?
give me
There was a
okay.
miscalculation in the platinum. She only
I
has
stopped
14
mining
platinum,
to
not
these
the 50. They were counting the
origins.
wrong image looked like platinum, so they mistaken that. But that's been fixed.
I don't go that way yet.
I think I might have to give up on the.
I thought the 52 platinum was a little high. It's crazy high.
I mean,
Team
I might have to
Squid
give up.
tomorrow. Tomorrow's I think is gonna be
Come on.
really entertaining to watch. To see Squid and Never and Chilling with Chi. And then we got Lady Sapphire
else on this
and
server.
Juby 42 52. It's gonna be a great round
Oh,
tomorrow.
I can't see the
Tomorrow we start at 4 p.m. Eastern
Come
Daylight
on,
Time.
Jesus.
Again with those 5 streamers. I think I haven't set up exclamation mark next charity. Should be set up correctly.
Jesus is a biscuit.
Oh boy. I need green. I need an emerald. It's really, really, really bad.
There better be.
Yeah,
like,
there. The next 2 rounds. Look at me. I did something right. Yay.
nothing. Jesus.
There's so many people doing this. I missed.
want
Yeah,
to-
Juppy's stream was on Thursday. They did an amazing job. Raised $7,400 that round.
To make the pride flag.
Yeah, 50 streamers. We have 50, including myself. We have 50 streamers participating this month, which has been an amazing. What we had. I think I want to say we had 29 streamers last year, so a big jump up, which is amazing. I can't do this event without the streamers, without you all coming in and hanging and donating, without the moderators helping out as well. Big shout out to our moderators.
Actually.
Exclamation mark, charity mods, right there. If you're ever interested in wanting to participate, you can always sign up to be a charity mod and help us out. The more mods we have, the better ability we can do to get the events to go on successfully. And a big shout out to our sponsors.
I'm at an Elderwood pile.
Okay, go ahead.
Take this bit back.
I'm at an Elderwood pile. I'm at an Elderwood pile.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
It's totally. Umbran dress 3.
All right, it is an Okay, it is an Umbrian item, so that is 10 points, but not the item we're looking for that extra 20. But 10 points still to you.
Umbran dress 3.
GG's, Tally.
Thank you.
10 points to Tally. Okay, it is an Umbrian item, so that is 10 points, but not the item. Glad I was able to jump in while walking around Costco to keep your stream up. Oh my god. My streams have been broken so many times in so many places, and I'm so sad about it. I had a really big stream streak with Shelby Lou, and unfortunately, when she participated in the charity hunt, I was doing all of this. So I didn't get in there, and I lost my stream streak. I think I was at like 40 or 50 stream streak, and I lost it.
The whole time.
I'm so sad.
It didn't even click.
So sad. And then I popped up after stream. I popped her up, thinking that I was like, okay, well, I'll pop up the stream and just have it up on my computer so I can save my streak. And it didn't save my streak. So I don't know if I picked up the wrong video, the wrong VOD, or what happened. But I was very sad. Very, very saddened.
1,000 points.
All right, y'all. It's been a very quiet hour. We have 20 minutes left in the hour. Again, can we get ourselves to 18.6K before halftime? Very quiet hour. We have 20 minutes left in the hour.
20 minutes.
Again, can we get ourselves to 18.6K? Ooh, yeah, I know.
Holy
shit. The watch streaks are really nice and fun, but they are really hard. And I feel bad for me as well because like I've been doing all these different streams, right? So to get people to keep their streaks, it's kind of rough.
Come on.
When I stream so many different times of hours.
We gotta get it. We gotta get it. No. I didn't waste all this time for nothing.
Oh, Green Onion is killing me, y'all. Woo! I feel like it just got stronger in here.
The Elderwood is really where we gotta be.
I'm dying.
Yes, please, universe. Yes, please, universe.
Looking over here on Ram. See how Ram's doing. The streaks are fun, but I think they cause... Yeah, I agree they do cause a little bit of stress. Steph! Hi, Steph! How are you? I feel bad when people, like work really hard on their streaks and then just break and then... Yeah. Focused on maintaining streaks. I just need to watch when I can. Yes, agreed. I totally agree with it. They've been kind of nice and fun to have, but they do get to be stressful, which is also why I've stopped stressing about it, right? Like, and keeping them up. That's why I much rather like having my daily stuff, like the daily curtsies or things like that, you know? Charmer going on a date with Mickey Mouse. Ooh, I'm telling Minnie. Blake Lively for Steph. Ooh, can I join? Excuse me, sorry y'all. If only y'all can know how strong this green onion smell is right now. Woo. I am in Central Florida. I want to go to Disney World again. I've only been to Disney World once, and it was my senior trip. I mean, like a third. You never know. I know, right? All right, these scores, y'all, they're pretty close. Scores here. Oh. Ooh. Okay. All right, let's go check in on Freyline here. And Nerdy. We'll listen to two people at once for right now.
Y'all, I would really enjoy an Aura
I appreciate
compass.
that, Jen. Yeah, I'll jump up and start that up as soon as
Or
this
they
event's
use my
over.
freaking horse.
Look at chat hitting 600 today.
Come on, just give me a motherfucking emerald.
We're beating Jupy, right? The chat's got the highest score so far.
Right?
I think we have like.
That would be a hella dope update for them to do. They won't, but that'd be hella dope.
What's Nerdy talking about? What update?
This is what happens when you leave me alone and say I can't listen to music. I become the music.
Even if it was a breedable quality.
That's fine, Freyline.
Really
you can
cool.
become the music. It's okay.
Like, I'll just be the radio. Like, genuinely.
That's fine, Freyline. You can become
Okay, y'all sing so well, you get copyright struck because I sing so well. I hope not. Actually, genuinely, no.
If you are, Bono, if you're looking for the charity leaderboard, it's exclamation mark charity rank.
I think we gotta leave. I think we gotta give up on Kilma because it's just we can't get it. We can't get it. But I thought it might be like a clutch thing.
Yeah, I really think that top 5, you're gonna have to be at least at 300 or higher. But I mean, we've still got 5 more rounds after this, so.
I'm very musical. It's debatable. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. We really, if I'm not gonna get it, I'm not gonna get it. I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool if we got it, you know. Crash! Thank you for the prime!
Checking on Tally here.
Marvelous way.
So there's the current leaderboard. Joopy in the lead with 538. I did hear Chi's goal is to hit 500 tomorrow, so we'll see.
Oh, Amethyst.
We'll see where Chi lies and how the rest of those streamers battle that goal of hers.
I feel like when we used to Essence Farm over here, that was...
Yeah, so we have the event tomorrow. Then we have a break because I'm heading to Reno for Bowling Nationals. So I'm out of town for about a week and a half. And then our next round will be the 25th. That's a 4 p.m. stream. And then on the 27th, we have a doubleheader. We have a round at 8 a.m. and then another round at 4 p.m. So a doubleheader on the 27th. And then we have a round on the 29th. At 4 p.m. and then I will do the final solo round on the 30th. I am bowling. I am going nationals to bowl.
Let's see.
It's also Father's Day weekend, and so my father's coming into town to watch me bowl. And we're gonna spend Father's Day on Sunday together before I head out. So, yeah, busy June month for me. It's a lot. I've been trying to save up funds to pay for everything for the trip, and then I'm out of work. My last day at my current job is Monday. I quit the job. I got a new job, which will start back up the 1st of July. So, a lot of stuff been going on with me. It's been a very busy month. I'm behind on my TikTok videos. I am so sorry about that, y'all. I'm going to try to get some videos done soon. I may have to change up how I do the videos because I'm going to be gone for a week and I've got so many videos to do. I've gotten behind on them. It's a lot of work. I've overcommitted myself for the month of June, and I always do. It always never fails for me that I overcommit. But we're getting stuff together. We're figuring things out. We're going to do a celebration stream on Monday to celebrate my last day of work at this toxic job of mine. The celebration of getting a new job that is providing me $4 more an hour to do what I'm doing now. Plus, I'm going to be getting health insurance and dental after the first month. And then they've got telehealth benefits, 401k after a year. I'm like, this is a blessing. It's such a big blessing. I just have to get over the next month and a half hurdle to get there. And I'm super excited about it. Been very, very beneficial. Less than 10 minutes left in the half. Less than 10 minutes left. Again, can we get to 18.6? Kenyatta has not been twerking for the last 30 minutes, y'all. Kenyatta needs to get back to twerking. Again, can we get to 18.6? Kenyatta has not been twerking for the last 30 minutes, y'all. Kenyatta needs to get back to twerking.
Yeah, y'all. Get some donations in.
Let's see what this...
Get some sabos in. No one's been sabotaged yet. Y'all can ground streamers. Which means they have to go to their plot. And they can't mine for an extended period of time.
And he's like, please. Please ground people. Let me catch back up. It's really close, though. These scores are really close. I'm home. Do you need me? Ask Jen. Jen, you want Mom to take over now? I spent way more than you should have with Joopy. I know. No problem, love. We will see you tomorrow. It's going to be a good round, I'm sure.
Yes, you can also steal points and get them to Nerdy, because Nerdy needs all the points.
Alrighty, Mama. Yep, take over the chat points if you don't mind. Give you a few minutes to set up. Okay. Just let Jen know when you're ready.
so pretty over here. I remember when they first released this and we came over here for the first time, I was just like, it was breathtaking. Oh, absolutely breathtaking.
Scores are so close, y'all, to each other.
What is that? Hmm.
All right, 7 minutes left in the half. We're probably going to be taking our break first. I'm trying to look at the time. It's 1 o'clock in the game. I don't know. Maybe we might be able to get timing. We might have them get their lucky coins. Will you resend me? I'm pretty sure I have the colors already. I think my brain was like, I already have that. I didn't have to worry about it. But will you resend it to me so I know them? Again, Mom? All right, y'all. We've got our first sabotage donation. Everybody, stop what you're doing and catch me a starred bug. I need a starred bug from everyone. And catch me a starred bug. I need a starred bug. I need a starred bug from everyone. Listening on everyone here and see what they are saying about it. Start bug.
I can't tell. No.
Who will be our first to get a starred bug?
Caught you a starred common field cricket.
Thank you, Nerdy. Our first starred bug gotten. You can go back to mining. Our first starred bug gotten. You can go back to mining.
Starred common blue butterfly.
Thank you, Ram.
Starred common blue butterfly.
Thank you, Ram.
Don't do me like this. Don't do me like this game.
Also, y'all, we have 5 minutes left in the half. We are $3, less than $3 away from $18,600. Can we get that last little donation before the half? Less than $3 away from $18,600.
Nothing is starred.
Last little donation before the half.
No bug I've come across is starred. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I should stay in Elderwood.
What the actual heck?
Are you starred? No, you're not.
What the actual heck?
Starred common blue butterfly.
You're not starred.
Thank you, Tally.
Oh, starred. I got you a starred common stink bug.
Starred common blue
Thank you, Jakey. Thank you, Tally.
I got you a starred common stink bug.
Thank you, Jakey.
What the fuck?
Poor Freyline.
How have I not come across a single starred bug? Not starred. That's crazy. How unlucky. Not starred. Come on. For real though.
We love the chaos. The chaos.
Not starred. What? Those aren't starred.
I love it. Oh, come on, Frey. Find your starred bug.
I am throwing up. Okay. Starred common blue butterfly.
All right. Thank you, Frey.
That was terrible.
Hey, the starred bug, Sabo, has been the kryptonite of this month.
It's the worst. I'm like in Kilma. There wasn't a single starred bug. I passed like 35. That is the worst. I'm like in Kilma. There wasn't a single starred bug. I passed like 35. Ugh.
All right, y'all. We got a minute and a half in the half. A minute and a half left.
All my time is gone. I better.
We got a minute and a half in the half.
All of my time. Someone is beating me now because of that as well, by the way.
No.
Like, damn. That sucks for me. Because of that,
still in the lead.
ahead. That's crazy.
She's still in the lead right now. Close. It's a close match. This is really close, but she's still in the lead right now.
After that.
But we do have some big points come in this halftime spot because we do the lucky coin and the hot pot.
Beating me because of that. The heck? Game hates me. Oh my god! If I could put the sticker back, yeah.
Oh well, now that's right.
All right.
All right,
I'm
Mama
just
taking over the
stubborn enough
stone.
that even though I'm tanking myself by being here, I'm still gonna do it. Cause I need this emerald more than anything now. I need it. Like the desert's miss you, and I miss you. Yeah. The desert miss you.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Go ahead and head home. Grab your lucky coin and head to the underground, please.
Killed us, man.
All right, y'all. We've hit our halftime mark. We are gonna do the lucky coin bonus and the hot pot, and then we'll take our 10-minute break. Just so you know, for that, how that works. The lucky coin. You guys will get your box from that, and then one by one, I'll tell you all when to open the box. If you get a furniture item, you get 10 points. If you get a plushie, you'll get 20 points. And then after you guys open up your item, we should be about right at the right time for the hot pot to open up. You'll take 1 round of hot pot. If you win your round of hot pot, you will receive 10 points. Then you're going to take the 2 coins you just got from that and spin the wheel. If the wheel lands on furniture, you will get 10 points. If the lands on a plushie, you'll get 20 points. So here's an opportunity of getting 50 points right now. So, yeah, just grab your lucky coin and then head to the underground. How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? The start bug was not that bad this round, y'all. It's been much worse. It's been much worse. So, y'all got it within like 3-4 minutes. We've had people 10, 15 minutes trying to find a starred bug. So,
it's not spending 25 minutes looking for a flow tree.
Well, I mean, that was like crazy because like it just took me so long.
We've had somebody spend 30 minutes trying to get a starred bug this month. So,
and they server hop. Like they went from one zone to another zone and couldn't find it in another zone either. It was crazy.
Right. When you're in the underground, you go ahead and then take your coin and make yourself a box. Freyline, you have to wait for 6 o'clock to get your coin. Is that what you're doing? I saw you buy
Yeah.
something. So okay, that's fine because we're gonna be close to that time frame anyway. So if you want, we'll get you as soon as that
I'm
comes
just-
up.
Yeah.
So you want to go ahead and head home,
Yeah.
and then wait for your box or wait for your coin in the mail, and we'll get yours last. It'll be there in an hour in game, which is not that long.
That's like the only thing I forgot. I
No,
think
you're good. At least we're right here at that 6 o'clock time frame, so you have time to do it, and it's not going to affect anything. All right, we'll go ahead and start with Rams. I see Rams got his inventory open and ready to go. Go ahead and open up your box, Ram.
I got sticky smoke bombs.
Smoke bombs. All right, as soon as the hot pot table's open, you can go ahead and get to your hot pot table. All right, Jake, go ahead and open up your lucky coin box.
Hang on. Valley Sunrise Candelabra.
All right, that is furniture item. That's 10 points for Jakey. All right, Tally, do you got your box? Did you get a coin already today or no, Tally?
Yeah, I have my
Gotcha.
thingy.
Go ahead and open up your box. It's hard to see now that I have you all in individual boxes, individual deals, not all shadow. I can't. It's hard for me to see sometimes. Go ahead.
Garden variety pickaxe.
Pickaxe is furniture. That is 10 points. All right, and then as soon as the table's open, you can start your hot pot. All right, Nerdy, go ahead and open up your box. You want to go ahead and open up your all's inventories while you're waiting for hot pot to start, so our mods can double check your all's stuff while we're waiting. That would be great. All right, Nerdy, what'd you get? What'd you get?
Somehow I got muted, but I got a Spring Flutter Fox plush.
Plushie is 20 points for Nerdy.
Oh, when I was fixing my
GGs.
camera, I muted.
You're good. All right. Yeah, go ahead and have your inventories opened until hot pot starts, and we'll get our scores situated while we are waiting. And then Freyline, once you get your coin, when it comes to 6 o'clock, we'll go ahead and open up your box and get you started as well.
Yeah.
And then mods, if you didn't finish by time they start hot pot, we'll open them up again after the hot pots after the hot pot rounds are done. So don't stress, mods. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, go ahead and start your all's hot pot rounds. Go ahead and start your all's hot pot rounds. Good luck.
I should join this. I should join this table with Tally.
Ooh, battle. Oh.
Let's go.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, knowing Ram, it would backfire on him.
100% it would. I have had the worst luck for all the twists last 2 events I've done. So it would 100% backfire on me.
When you get done with your hot pot round, win or lose, obviously you open up your coins if you won. And then after that, you will head to the stable, the central stable of the adventure zone you want to start the next hour in. And then pull up your inventory. And then you guys are free to go take your break. I will start the timer after everybody's hot pot is done. For the 10-minute timer for the giveaway here.
Let me.
Cool.
All right. Do you want me to open my thing now?
Yep, go ahead and open it up.
Heat root. Yay.
What'd you get?
Heat root.
Oh.
Yeah.
No RNGesus for you there. Go ahead and start your hot pot route. I didn't know you were gonna make it for me, Jen. I appreciate it.
I didn't win.
Wah, wah. All right, Jakey. That means I don't get to tease you about trying to get an ingredient bag.
Ram won.
All right, Ramrod won his round. GG's round. Go ahead and head to the wheel and spin that coin.
Come on, Plussy. Fireworks.
Wah, wah. But you got your 10 points for winning.
Let me take the meat. Let me take the meat.
I need that.
We are about to take our
Yeah, I
stretch
just
break.
need a
Remember, once
mushroom.
we've
Come on,
done
mushroom.
hot
Yes.
pot. Just I'll put the inventory up.
We just need.
Yeah, just leave your
Yeah, we are about
inventory
to take our
open
stretch
and then
break,
you can take your
remember,
break.
once
Yep.
We've done hot pot.
Yes.
Just I'll put the inventory up.
Yeah, just leave your inventory open and then you can take your break. Yep.
I need it. I need it. I need it. No! Mm. Damn it. I needed that.
Cabbage. Throw a cabbage. Cabbage. Throw a cabbage.
Listening
I literally just need
on
one thing.
Frey and
I
Nerdy.
lost.
Oof.
She took my damn moral. Nerdy lost hot pot.
Sorry about that, Nerdy.
It's not gambling.
Nerdy
it's not
lost
gambling,
hot
it's hot
pot.
Sorry about that,
Nerdy lost hot pot.
Whom 30s, whom 30s,
It's
whom
not gambling.
30s.
It's hot
Tally
pot.
got her win.
Hey.
GG's Tally. 10 points to Tally. Go ahead and spin that
I did not
wheel.
win.
Tally got her
GG's
win.
Tally. 10 points to Tally. Go ahead and spin
I did
that
not win.
wheel.
Win.
Oh no, Freyline, I'm sorry, love.
We want to spin
I was really close. I was one away.
Me too. I was one away
No,
too.
Freyline, I'm sorry, love.
I was really close. I was one away.
Me too. I was one away too.
Fireworks for Tally.
Come on, come on.
Aw, but you got your 10 points at least. All right, so Ram got 10, and so did Tally. Go again. Go to the venture zone that y'all want to start with, and then pop up your inventories. I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer for our 10-minute break here. Again, anybody is welcome to come into the chat as long. All I require is that you all be following to enter into the giveaway, the halftime mystery outfit giveaway. All I require is that you all be following to enter into the giveaway. As soon as my Mix It Up starts it, we will start our 10-minute break for you all to go ahead and get up, stretch, and all that jazz. There it is. It has started! Exclamation mark mystery in my chat for that mystery outfit giveaway. Enjoy your all's 10-minute break. We'll be back.
In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we race some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth.
Mom!
It gets better
Mom!
is here to tell
Mom!
the truth.
Mommy!
Good luck
Mommy!
to all the
Mommy!
streamers.
Mama!
Remember this
Mama!
is for our
Mama!
LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great
All right, yeah, we got less than 2 minutes left of our break.
I have a question.
Yes.
What do I need to get the rainbow? What is it again?
One of every stone. Minded.
Every single one?
Yes. One of every. Everyone.
I only need 2 more.
Yeah, same. So I do need a ruby then.
Yes. Yes, you do. Are we, of course, now my... Hold on now. Are we good scores-wise, though, Month? Discord has decided to not use my hotkeys anymore. That's great. All right, we got 15 seconds left of the mystery outfit giveaway, and then we'll go over the scores and get started into our second round.
Honestly, the break is the final boss for me because I finished within the first 2 minutes and I'm sitting here without music and without being able to move around in the game for an ADHD person is like the hardest thing ever.
Sorry, it was in the rules, stuff like that. During the halftime break, you could have put your music on because I'm not listening to you all. So you all could have put your music on. Lilu, exclamation mark claim in my chat for your mystery outfit, Lilu.
I mean, I still got my music going in my ears, just not on stream.
30 seconds, Lilu. Exclamation mark claim in the chat.
Lulu said she wanted to pass.
Do what?
I said Lulu said she was going to pass. I'm just joking though.
Oh, well, it might pass her up if she doesn't get the exclamation mark claim in 10 seconds.
Oh.
It did. It moved. And Massey. Exclamation mark claim in my chat if that's you. I'm Massey. There it is. GG's on your win. Just let me know what your in-game name is, and then add me in-game, and I will get you your mystery outfit probably tomorrow when I get into the game. Just let us know what your in-game name is, and then you're going to add me behind the lash with spaces. So behind space, the space, lash. All right, let's get over these scores and get ourselves in started on our second half. As my computer works for me here. All right, so our leader currently right now is Ram at 131.
What? How did that happen?
We've got Freyline at 123. We've got Tally at 116. We got Nerdy at 115 and Jakey at 107. So really close round right now happening. In silver, our leader in silver is Tally at 85. Ram at 48. Jakey at 47. Frey at 19. And then Nerdy in 5th place with 18. In gold, our leader is Ramrod at 50. We got Nerdy at 46. Jakey at 40. Frey at 20. Tally has no gold. Platinum, our leader is Ram at 35. Frey at 14. Tally at 10. And Jakey at 4. Nerdy has 0. Alright, that's where our scores lie. I'm going to release another twist in the game. I'm going to start you all now with it. Wait, where's everybody starting at? That's what I need to know. Ram, where are you at starting? Or if you all want to get out of your inventories, that'll help me so I don't have to ask everybody.
I'm in Kilima.
Y'all just want to get out of your inventories. Does anybody... Okay, so never mind. Okay, I just got my answer. Okay. Next. There was a certain twist I was going to do, but I had to see where everybody was starting at. Let's do the other pile. So whenever you all want a chance to do the other pile, so most of y'all did the Kilima pile, one of y'all did the Bahari pile, but now it's the other one. So whichever one you didn't get, if you get that one and get a something rare out of that pile, then you can you'll get an extra 20 points. But you can do that whenever you all want. If you all are ready to go, is everybody ready? Looks like everybody's ready, so you all may begin. We are at $18,597.69, by the way.
I'm gonna pop an ore compass, Amanda.
Thank you. Ramrod is popping another ore compass. Let's check in on Ram here. Alright, and then one of my mods, we got that name down, right, for me? For the mystery outfit. Thank you for the follow! Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate you. Let's check in on Frey.
So much money for proud of us, chat. Y'all are amazing. Genuinely, you're amazing. I'm so proud of us. We raised so much money for charity. And most importantly, we're having fun. You didn't see me miss that rock. No siree. You didn't see me miss that. What do you mean? Nope. I need ore.
Okay, I might kill him a pile.
Go ahead.
Recipe.
Them dang
I
recipes.
might kill him a pile.
Them dang recipes. Go ahead.
Recipe.
Them dang recipes.
You saw it? No, you didn't. You saw nothing.
Get in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Also, I'm in my mining ball gown in case you didn't see. This is my
Mining ball gown, I love that.
Come on, Emerald. Please don't make me look a fool. I've worked so hard and I've mined so much of this for you. Please don't make me look a fool.
Repair our tools. And then
Checking on Nerdy here.
figure out where we're gonna go.
You know how Nerdy's doing. Went back to Elderwood. You know, really close match though, y'all. Really
Let's
close.
go Matana Grove.
It looks like we had a change in. Oh yeah, Jakey took over gold
Go
at 53
Marvelous
gold.
way
It looks
after
like
that.
from Ram, which brought Ram's score down a little bit. But look at this: 126, 123, 121, 117, and 110. I want to say this is probably the closest match we've had with all five at a halftime. Let's check in on Tally. See how Tally's doing, what she's
I
saying.
seem to play, and then break, and then play, and break. But there was, oh my god, we got another amethyst. There was a spot open up yesterday, and I thought, you know what, let's give it a whirl. But like, admittedly, I'm super rusty. Oh, baby.
That put Tally and Ram now in the lead.
You're third, babe, and ahead of Jake.
Tied. Just letting you all know, we are currently have a tie for first place right now between Ram and Tally at 126. Freyline is right behind y'all with 123. Now between Ram and Tally at 126. Freyline is right behind y'all with 123.
Stop right now, thank you very much. From Platinum Palium. Okay, cool. Holy scramoli. I'm trying so hard not to cuss.
Scramoli? Did you just say scramoli?
Like wild.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
now. Do not sing, girl.
I was like, I see silver.
Do not sing. Do not cuss. We're taking this
No, it
very
didn't get
seriously.
wood. It didn't get
We're
wood.
very
You
serious.
can swear, it's fine.
No, it has to. It has to. It has to. I believe
I'm at the Bahari pile.
Emerald energy.
Okay,
Go
we
ahead.
need Ruby, guys. We need Ruby hype. Ruby hype.
I'm at the Bahari pile. I got a quest item.
Oh, quest item does not help you. Sorry.
I got a quest item.
Oh, quest item does not help you. Sorry.
You and Gus.
If Freyline can just get a 3-pointer and we have a
I
3-way
swear so
tie, that'd be
much.
hilarious.
Come on, Ruby. Come on, Ruby.
I don't think this can even do it. Maybe it can.
Freyline is so quiet for me.
Come on. I believe. More silver.
Ramrod just got gifted a piece of gold.
Ooh.
Thank you, thank you.
Ramrod just got gifted a piece of gold. Being polite and shit.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. I know we tried to manifest it, it just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. Trying to like hop servers in hopes that like, oh, it didn't actually hop servers. Okay. We have exhausted this area. I really just wanted to get it and then leave. We also haven't gotten any start
Right?
items. Like, it's absolutely insane that we haven't gotten any start items either. And I don't understand. We also need to repair.
Check in up here. Ramrod just got gifted 2 more pieces of gold.
Thank you, thank you.
Ramrod just got gifted 2 more pieces of gold.
Thank you, thank you.
That puts him tied with Jakey now in gold lead. All right, y'all. We're now $18,612.69. Can we get ourselves to 19,000 before the end of this event? This round. $18,612.69. That's $300. Can we get ourselves to 19,000 before the end of this event? What, 87 bucks? That's $300. We can do this, y'all. Come on. And what, 87 bucks? We can do this, y'all. Come on.
Come on, come on. Anybody got a $5 for the pot?
Yeah.
Hey, come on. Where's all the... Where's all the goods?
Where's all the
Give us the
goods?
goods.
Give me the goods!
Oh, there's some goods. Come on, Ruby. We need Ruby hype. We need Ruby hype. Oh, little itty bitty baby. Now is that...
Where's
Ruby
the
hype or wiener
ore?
hype?
Where's the
Let us see
ore?
in chat. I think it might be wiener hype. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh,
For Starstones.
checking on Jakey here. Nerdy only needs the ruby. Oh, shit. I mean, that would bring Nerdy back up into the game.
And aquamarine. Or just more iron.
Perfect. Awesome.
Come on, guys. Oh, come on. That's not the way that I wanted to go.
Do I have to go to work tonight, y'all? I really want to just be like, I'm done. But I know that I need the money.
And Starstone me.
The biggest one I want to be like just done with is Monday. I don't really want to go in Monday because Monday is a whole new week, a whole new pay period. So like, I work one day that pay period, you get one paycheck, or get a paycheck from that.
Crap. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm loving all the iron. See me hustle, feel my muscle pumping up.
I'm gonna try to call the labor board again on Monday and see if I can actually get a hold of somebody.
I love Palia, but like, y'all, Palia needs to give me what I want.
Oh.
So I just go back to the Highlands. Because the drop rate of gold and like Starstone seems to be a lot more in the Highlands than in Bahari. But if you don't moan into the game won't give you what you want.
Maybe. Man, welcome in. Ooh, a start amethyst. Jeez, look at you. Chat points keep going up.
Yeah,
Going up, up.
Manifestation skills are. Pop it up. Give me that emerald.
Listening to Ramrod right now. By the way, again, if you all have not gone over and said hello to all of our streamers today, here are all of their links. All of the amazing streamers that are participating in this round is right there.
It'll happen.
Like, what's Bug trying to get a plushie? It's a 10-pointer for getting a plushie.
Oh, my Lord compasses.
Nobody's tried for a rainbow plushie yet. I tried to entice them with 30 points. That's a huge point thing.
We still have time. Like,
Freyline is
could still
so
happen.
quiet. I don't know how to get her any higher.
I really wanted to get all of it. Oh, excuse me. No. Like, I wanted to get the pride
Bless you.
one. Oh gosh. Thank you.
Bless you.
Oh gosh. Thank you.
Try something here. We're gonna see if that works.
Jesus.
Tally, you just got gifted a piece of gold.
A piece of gold.
I think they're fighting it out for the gold spot. I don't think we get any spot. Unless I get my emerald. And then I get a ruby.
Is that better? I think it's better. I just turned her up a little. I found the in the math equation. GG's Ramrod, I'm getting a plushie. That's 10 points.
That's 10 points.
We're about to hit a stroke of luck and get everything that we need. We're about to hit a stroke of luck. And everything we need's gonna happen.
4 more silvers. 4 more silvers.
You're
bad,
not muted.
My bad. Not muted.
But Ram is looking to take over that silver line. We got 15 more pieces of silver to take over the first place in silver.
Oh boy. Why is it giving me quartz? How dare you? How dast you? How dast?
Or it's a Palia event, sorry. So we're racing around Palia trying to collect certain items to get as many points as we can. There's some really fun incentives and sabotages that can be put upon us. We're competing against 4 other streamers. It's really good fun. Good fun, good fun.
All right, y'all. Let's see some more twerking Kenyattas. Let's get some donations in. Again, don't forget, if y'all don't know what to donate or who to donate to, or you don't want to do an incentive or sabotage, we also have a thing called Random Chaos. It's a $30 donation, and I spin a wheel, and it's all of the sabotages and incentives in it for every streamer, and then also a possibility of giving every streamer at one time that incentive and sabotage. So it's very much random and a fun way of sending in some donations for It Gets Better and supporting the cause without having to direct it towards a certain streamer. A fun way of sending in some donations for It Gets Better and supporting the cause without having to direct it towards a certain streamer.
Oh my gosh, did we ever love a chaos wheel? Exactly, we love chaos wheels. We even have a exclamation point spin. Love a chaos wheel.
We love our random chaos wheel too. We even made a emote for it.
67% chaos.
We even have an emote for our random chaos.
Oh my god, we have a wild one that we would play in Sims 4. I don't
Well, that's cute too. I love that. We have.
But we had a wild one that we would play in Sims 4 with our 100 baby challenge. It was, oof, it was.
We have this.
It was something.
The random chaos alert.
Right now, I'm pretty much running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Just try
Yeah,
to
right
get this
there.
ruby. Or a plushie.
Check in over here with Nerdy. Let's see how
Yeah.
Nerdy's doing over here. We found out Nerdy only needs a ruby to get the rainbow set. So of course he's in they're in Elderwood. Is that a Clefairy? I'm seeing over on Nerdy's page the little Pokemon. Let's check in with Ramrod. Right over here. Wolfkins, what's up? How are you doing, love? Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm so tired of work today.
All my stuff. Pull up there.
Oh, well, thank you for the lurking. I appreciate it.
I'll try.
Appreciate the lurking.
And hop an ore compass out there.
Let's check
Red
in on
10.
Jakey
Got it.
here.
I'm getting all the like lower stone points, but like I'm not getting the higher ones. I need a sapphire. I desperately want the sapphire. All fun for charity though. For charity, for a good cause, for charity.
Good luck with that sapphire, huh,
charity.
Jakey?
No, the main thing is
I'm gonna
raising
pop
funds for
a
an
ore
important
compass, Amanda.
organisation
Perfect. Thank you.
and having fun at the same time.
That puts you with
Manifest
one
sapphire,
ore
manifest the
compass
actual
left,
money.
so I'll go ahead and open it up. If anybody wants to donate you ore compasses, you have the time to be able to take a couple more.
Thank you.
You know you can do extra.
One ore compass left, so I'll go ahead and open it up. If anybody wants to donate you ore compasses, you have the time to be able to take a couple more.
Thank you.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just telling myself this and hoping. Hi, Mr. Beauregard. Don't step on my keyboard, please, mister. Hi, baby boy.
Tally, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Baby boy.
Tally, you just got gifted a piece of platinum. Get that twerking Kenyatta working, y'all. Get that twerking Kenyatta working. Twerking Kenyatta working, y'all. Get that twerking Kenyatta working. Working.
No. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to here. Yeah.
See if we can get ourselves. I would love to get to 19,000 tonight.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
We get ourselves to 19. It'd be amazing.
Okay, we got one here. Come on. Oh. Ooh.
Ram's starting to kind of get a little lead right now.
Ooh. Again, friends, remember, it is not meant to be pressured, not one tiny little bit. It's just in case people are coming in chat and don't know what's happening. That ore compass. I tell you what, that ore compass.
All right, y'all. If we can get ourselves $23 more raised, get us to $18,650. I will release another twist into the game. $3 more raised, get us to $18,650. I will release another twist into the game.
Another twist, heck and heck. Woo. Another. Wait, is that one down there?
Donations in, get some money raised.
Oh no. Amethyst, another amethyst. Okay. Yeah, I did miss a bag. Oh, come on, Ruby. Come on, Ruby. Oh man.
Where's the ore?
Oh, it's way back. Oh.
Tally and Frey are really close to each other for second place in platinum. It looks like Tally's only 2 pieces of platinum behind
It's
Frey.
really hard to see them in here because of all the tall grass, tall weeds. Ooh, no. No.
And then, of course, Ram is only 15 away from taking first place in silver.
Not me getting twisted.
Ram and Jakey are tied in first place for gold right now, but Nerdy is only, let's see.
Okay. We're on our way.
Like seven pieces of gold away from their lead.
Come on, Ruby.
Come on, Ruby.
No. Come on, Ruby.
Let's check in on Nerdy here. Who again only needs a ruby to get his get their rainbow set. They only need a ruby. So if they get a ruby, then ruby's 10 points plus the set is 20. That's 30 points.
Guess you just gotta start Ruby.
We were literally just talking about this ruby and these pointage. You gotta start
Guess you just
ruby
gotta
on top
start
of
Ruby.
that. All right, y'all.
literally
That starred
just
ruby does
talking
give
about
Nerdy
this
a
movie is
rainbow
endless.
set
Starred
with an
ruby on
extra
top of that?
20 points. All right, y'all. That starred ruby does give
So
Nerdy
is that-
a
Jeez, let's go.
rainbow
Is that
set
unattainable
with an
now?
extra No, everyone can attain that. It's
Okay.
not a first come,
Is that
first serve.
unattainable
Let's
now?
go.
So is
Jeez,
that
let's
Everyone
go.
can
Is that
attain
unattainable?
that. It's not a first come, first serve.
I was
That also might have just put Nerdy in the lead, just so you all know. That also might have just put Nerdy in the lead. That also might have just put Nerdy in the lead, just so you all know. We were literally just talking about it, which is kind of funny because I was like, these points, just so you know, like he can get they can get this and get that, and on top of it being a start, not only was it worth, so that literally jumped them up 45 points because a starred ruby is 25 points. So big boost for Nerdy right there. All right, y'all. 27 minutes left in this hour. Again, we're trying to get ourselves to 18,650. I would love for us to get to 19K before the end of this event. Again, we're trying to get ourselves to so any little bit of donation that you all can do would be fantastic, amazing, and wonderful for It Gets Better. So any little bit of donation that you all can do would be fantastic, amazing, and wonderful for
I
It
think
Gets
we
Better.
stay here. Oh, except I warped wrong. Because I did not mean to hit that.
Way to go, Nerdy. Way to go.
I know, leave it to me.
Way to go, Nerdy. Way to go.
I know, leave it to me. There we go. That's what I meant to do.
Gold.
Checking on Jakey here.
Always believe in your soul.
It does look like Ram took over the gold spot
We got more than three
by
pieces
3
of gold,
pieces of
please.
gold now.
5 gold.
Oh, well, never mind.
I'll
That
take
gold
that
there
lead
probably
back in
brought
gold,
him
Ram.
back up.
I'll
Yep.
take it back again. You know these things only ever happen to me, Kayla. These things only ever happen to me. I want my lead back, y'all.
Well, your lead is completely gone now, Jakey. You are tied for last with Freyline, unfortunately, right
If we get
now.
Obsidian Kitsu, I might actually fucking scream.
They've got some catching up to do if they want to try to win.
Another amethyst. Let's go. I'm honestly thinking of staying here for a little bit. These Elderwood servers aren't treating me terribly right now.
Get it, Nerdy. Get it. Get it, Nerdy. Checking on Tally here. I want to release another twist, but we got to get to 650.
Oof. Wow. Pushy. Holy Hannah.
Who's Hannah?
Well, we got one. That was wild. Did you see how many there were there?
Who's Hannah, Tally?
You do what you want to do. I'm
Who's
just here.
Hannah, Tally?
Well, technically one of my mods. Who's Hannah? Well, technically one of my mods. Okay. Okay, friends.
How do you technically have a mod?
Because I was trying to think of something funny to say and I couldn't think of anything, so that's all that came out. I'm awkward. Because I was trying to
My
think of
chat said
something
Hannah
funny to say and I
Montana.
couldn't think of anything, so that's all that came out. I'm awkward.
My chat
She
said Hannah
got the
Montana.
best of both worlds. She got the best of both worlds.
Okay, guys. Or compass to help us get this ruby.
Really? Really?
Or compass to help us.
My
get this
Hairmeister
ruby.
just
We
knocked
got
shit over in
less
my
than half an
room.
hour.
Get out of here,
If we
Hairmeister.
get one or compass,
Breaking my shit.
y'all can pick whatever game you want me to play. Star Ruby! Star Ruby! Oh my god! Okay. Calm down.
All right, Tally
Star
popping
Ruby,
up in
Star
there with
Ruby.
that star ruby. Please tell me somebody in her chat
We
clipped
got
that.
it. Ugh. Okay, what do we do? Do we go home?
I just want to clean. I know, but knocked shit over. What does that give Tally now? Does Tally have a? Tally needs a garnet and a sapphire for their rainbow set.
I can't believe we just got it.
Frey hasn't been in Bahari at all, it looks like to me.
Oh my Lanta.
Ram needs an emerald and a sapphire.
Okay. Sell.
Grabbing the Bahari pile.
Sell.
Go right ahead.
Sell. We need this.
Masthead. Grabbing the Bahari pile. Quest.
Oh. Go right ahead. Freaking quests.
Sell.
Masthead. Quest.
Oh. Freaking quests.
Okay, repair. We still have time. No, we don't have the full rainbow, but that one's like hard to get.
20 minutes left in the hour, y'all. 20 minutes left.
How's our...
Kenyatta hasn't twerked in over 15 minutes, y'all. Kenyatta's ready to twerk again. 20 minutes left. Kenyatta hasn't twerked in over 15 minutes, y'all. Kenyatta's ready to twerk again.
Okay. Okay, so the remainder of the time we have Bahari and Highlands.
Tally needs
3 more stones needed.
a sapphire,
Oh my god.
an aquamarine, and a garnet.
Okay. Iron doesn't count, however. Iron will drop the stones. Oh my god, run. Run, it's a race, run! Oh my gosh.
Run, Forrest, run!
Do the thing. Get the points. Okay, we also gotta watch for the Bahari pile.
Or compass done.
Thank you. Are you wanting to do another one? Or are you gonna wait?
I'll wait a second.
Okay. Thank you. Are you wanting to do another one? Or are you gonna wait?
I'll wait a second.
Check out Jakey here.
To raise awareness for charity and kind of like what we lack in kind of the donation side of things, we can always spread good knowledge of charity work and kind of like all the work that organisations do. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here for that promotion of charity and just like helping out a good cause. If y'all can donate, that is great. But here to spread awareness of just like such good causes that deserve our time and attention. Like It Gets Better is an amazing LGBTQIA+ organisation that work hard, kind of like with the youth all around the world and kind of like people around the world to ensure the safety in numbers. Thank you, Kayla, for the exclamation mark charity in the chat.
I'm at the rummage pile in Elderwood.
Go ahead.
Just smack the ground.
Rummage pile in Elderwood. Do I hoe it?
Yes, you do.
That
hoe out, girl. Hoe it away.
Hoe out with my sparkly hoe. My sparkly hoe.
Hoe out, girl.
Hoe out with my sparkly hoe. It's a war-torn sword. I had to make sure I had it
Does not
my
help
way.
you with any
It's a
points, love.
war-torn-
Sorry.
War-torn sword.
Does not help you with any points, love. Sorry.
My luck, man. My luck, bruh.
Not having good twist RNG. Not, I mean, she started off strong, right? Getting that obsidian kitsu like right off the, pretty close to the right off the bat, but
Oh my god. Let me drag it, please, for the love of God. My mouse like fucks. My mouse fucks up, chat.
Jakey, you have your horse ability now. Jakey, you have your horse ability now.
Wow.
$9 more donated. I will release our next twist into the game. $9 more donated. I will release our next twist into the game.
We can ride Moo Moo. We can ride Moo Moo.
I demanded Jakey name their horse
you,
Moo
whoever did
Moo.
that.
I made them put a new rename cookie just to change it to Moo Moo.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
It looks like a cow horse, and so I said it's got to be called Moo
Moo Moo,
Moo.
you're going for a ride soon, baby.
Kill.
Garnet.
Sweet tea. I got me some sweet tea, y'all. I think it's good for me to get sweet tea. I have drank in one whole and one whole one of these and a half.
Ooh.
So, or a third. About a third
They
of
are
that.
so
I'm getting some sweet tea now.
The reason why it's called Moo Moo is because Amanda was like, let's rename your pet. Finish this bit and go for a ride. Garnet again. My god, the garnets are dropping like wild. Garnets are dropping like flies, y'all.
Dropping like flies.
I want an ore compass, please. If anyone can give me an ore compass, I would truly appreciate it. Mitch, please. How dare you take my gold lead? Can we go for a ride, please? Yay! Moo Moo is being ridden. Oh my god. Hello. Hello. Beautiful gold.
Needs that gold because now
Free gold.
Ram is ahead.
And
I didn't hear how many gold that was, so that might have changed that.
13 gold and a garnet.
Oh, never mind. That definitely upped that.
2 more gold.
All right, we hit
fucking
our
shit.
donation gold. I'm going to release another twist in the game. The first streamer to get a tree amber is going to get 20 points. The first streamer to get a tree amber will get 20 points. First streamer to get a tree amber.
Oh, do we go for it?
Are you kidding me? We have to get to the other place. Yeah, okay.
Hey, in oh, I might go to I might go to. Why not? But it stops us mining though. Where's the real one then?
See who gets this amber. I see some tree chopping happening. I see some tree chopping. 12 minutes left in the hour. 12 minutes left. Left in the hour. 12 minutes left. Who's gonna get the amber first?
I
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the few that are here and then head that way, because the thing's like right here. Come on.
The tree. This twist that causes them to fill up their pockets too, right? So now they got to figure out their pocket storage. Just chopping trees drops like 3 or 4 different things.
So you didn't mean Amber Echo, did you?
No, it has to. It has to be a tree amber, but all trees, all medium to large trees can have a possibility of dropping some kind of amber. It has to be a tree amber, but all trees, all medium to large trees can have a possibility of dropping some kind of amber.
Too small.
Ooh, Jakey trying to get a rainbow frog. Remember, the rainbow plushies are 30 points. Nine minutes left in the hour. 9 minutes left. Nine minutes left in the hour. 9 minutes left.
That's several rounds.
Just got ancient amber.
All right, Nerdy takes the 20 points of the tree amber twist, and it is now off the table. GG's. amber
Ain't no
twist,
way.
and it is now off the table. GG's. I put Nerdy at 200, y'all. Oh, that starred ruby and the rainbow set, and now the amber. Whoosh.
Okay.
This round has been all over the place. Like, I feel like
locked in, but I don't think it matters, unfortunately.
I think everybody has led at least once this round, y'all. Everybody has been in the lead at least once. This is crazy.
Although, like, our stuff isn't counted yet, so we could possibly get over 200. Who knows? I don't feel like I've gotten a lot of gems since the last round, but oh no, I got sucked into the vortex. Rip.
Checking over here with Ram. Pulsating triangle. Oh, where? God, those quests have been so long ago, Star. Have you tried Tamala?
Thou doth will appeareth.
Been
Not dance.
forever. Let me see.
Manifest in the chat now, Kayla. There's a manifest command. But I mean, I'll take a dance party. It is.
Won't give you the dialogue.
Thank you for all the manifest guys in the chat. Do appreciate you all. Oh. Are you swiping on my luck? Oh. Nothing that way.
Rat! What's up, Rat? How are you?
Where's all the stones gone, everyone?
What's the name of the quest, Star? Let's see if I can help you. Rat, what's up? How are you doing, love? Welcome in. All right, y'all. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left in the hour. How was your stream? All right, y'all. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left in the hour.
We're just going to have to go hell, I think, on... Can you go somewhere else? I can.
So have you physically given them
just like,
to both of them then?
So I'm debating.
Maybe go back to
I'm
Eloisa
debating,
after that.
Literally in the last hour, we just run Killimer as much as possible and just get as many points as possible in the last hour.
Stream was good. I hope everyone's doing well here. We're doing good. We're at $18,652.69 raised. So we've been doing all right. Been doing good with the income.
Platinum, yes. Oh, yes. Royal Platinum. 4 Platinum.
Yes, 2 out of the 3.
Just what
and
I
taking to it just tells me who to give them to. But I'll try telling her again. All right, so you still have one more left to give. Is that what it is? Zeke.
Thank you, RNGesus.
Where are you talking to Zeke at? Have you tried in different locations? Because sometimes maybe when he's in the underground, it's different than when he's up above.
I'm not sure I know who you're
Zeke, stop. So maybe try talking to him in a different location. You trying the underground too? It might be you. Maybe submit a ticket. You might have to submit a ticket. There might be a bug. That quest might be bugged for you.
Sound?
We were so close to it too, and I went the wrong way. Ain't that the way the cookie crumbles?
We got a minute and a half in this hour, y'all. A minute and a half left.
Oh, we're getting so close.
We got a minute and a half in this hour, y'all. A minute and a half left.
Are we gonna make it? Are we
Like
gonna
all
make
the
it?
freaking nodes dried up.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Keep
Like
running.
all the freaking nodes dried up.
I got the Bahari pile.
Perfect. What'd you get?
Don't even tell me I ran. Spicy pepper.
Oh,
Bahari pile.
wah. Perfect. Wah, wah. Also, thank you for that follow, by the way. I appreciate it. All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventory so mods can double check the scores. And then we'll go over the scores as they are currently. Give you all a rundown on how this final hour is gonna go. We're gonna take one more break at the half-hour mark. At that time, all timed sabotages and incentives. So Orcupus is partying up, grounding people, grounding streamers, or making them go to a certain area, or making them only hit stone for 10 minutes, or only hit or not hit any stone only nodes for 10 minutes. All of that will end at that 30-minute mark. And then we'll go into our last 30 minutes. I will be live talking up the street, you all in Discord, telling you all what the scores are live as they go up for that last 30 minutes. When we have 10 minutes left, all sabotages will end, and the only thing left to donate will be Starstone and or donations. So that is kind of the layout for the last hour. We're going to give our mods time to make sure the scores are correct and they've entered everything in correctly. and then we'll go over our scores before we start this last hour. Do you all have any questions, comments, or concerns?
Not at this moment.
We're less than $350 away from hitting 19,000. We only have an hour left. I think we might be able to do that, y'all. I think we could. All we gotta do is try and see what we can get together. Also, again, this is a good spot for me to again thank my sponsors. Thank the sponsors for this event. Elder Gay Guy, who sponsored the paying of the trophies. A sponsor Princess Jen, aka J Allen, for donating the money for the mystery outfits for halftime and our streamers that win. And then, of course, big shout out to Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paws, who designed and makes the trophies for us. And has given us an amazing deal on them. She could have charged us way more than she charges us already for them. So appreciate our sponsors. All right. Our scores as they held right now. Nerdy is in the lead at 201 points. Tally's in second at 176. Ramrod's next to 165. Freyline is at 156. And Jakey at 129. Is a very, very close match going on right now in this last hour. When we're looking at silver, our leader is Tally at 85 pieces. Ram's got 70. Jakey is 37. Freyline 27. Nerdy 18. When we're looking at gold, our first place is Jakey at 76. Ramrod's got 69. Frey at 20. Nerdy at 46. Then Frey at 20. Tally has 1. In platinum, our leader is Ram at 35. Frey and Tally are tied at 21. Nerdy is at 9. Jakey is at 8. That's where our scores lie. All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns from y'all lovelies before we start our last hour?
Nope.
All right. Let's get the ball rolling and see if we can
Let's
get that
go.
last 350 in and have some fun this round. You all may begin. All right, y'all. Our final round. Have some fun this round. You all may begin. See how we do, how we get this going.
Well, like, please don't let the silver in front of me despawn.
This is really anyone's game right now with how close these scores are. Sweet pea. Sweet pea. But Rat, again, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it if you're still in here. If you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. Oh, Rat, exclamation mark, charity rank. Put that in the chat, exclamation mark, charity rank. We've updated our top 5. And look at that. You are right now in 3rd place in our top 5 scores. So, you are currently still have a possibility of going into that championship round. I want to go so bad. I know, right? try to beat out Jupy for this beautiful trophy right here. It's as big as my big ass head. All right, let's go check
Man, I
in
think my
on.
game crashed.
Do what?
I think my game crashed. I'm just stuck on a loading screen.
My game crashed.
It's been probably a minute.
All right, if you need to restart your game, we'll give you a little extra time at the half-hour break.
All right.
I would never, but I'd be super happy to be there. I mean, never say never. Everyone is beatable somehow, some way.
We just gotta get really, 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 really lucky.
Ray does need some luck.
I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to be that rare. Because that's 20 points, so it puts us at 76. And then we need another 20 points. So.
Hey, I might have to restart my computer completely. It's
We just have to get very lucky
stuck on the
and
loading
blessed,
screen when
and
I go
I know
into the
that
game.
it can happen. We just spent a lot of time in Kilma without getting one.
Hey, I might have to restart my computer completely. It's stuck on the loading screen when I go into the game.
I have a timer going, so we'll see what we can do.
All right.
I have a timer going, so we'll.
I feel like it was over an hour ago that we were shouting Emerald, Emerald, Emerald at the game. But, like, for real this time, game. For real. It was well over an hour ago, I think. Oh my god, someone else is mining here. No.
Yeah. Freyline is trying to get that emerald. I think she needs too many things for that rainbow. She needs an emerald and a sapphire for her rainbow set. Hallie only needs a sapphire, it looks like. Jakey needs an emerald, a sapphire, a ruby, and an aquamarine.
We got Ruby. So
Ram needs an emerald and a sapphire.
Which is, please. Please.
So possible more starred ruby sets or rainbow sets is possible still here.
I feel bad. I feel like chat like took off. Whew. I'm doing my best.
All right, y'all. If we can get ourselves to $18,700, I'll do another twist. Trying to get these points up for these streamers. We'll see if we can do them, but we got to get just a little under $50 raised for another twist. Trying to get these points up for these streamers. We'll see if we can do them, but We gotta get just a little under $50 raised for another twist.
Woo!
So Tally just needs the sapphire. That's 20 points there. If she can get that rainbow set, that brings her back up there, right close to Nerdy too.
Baby, we need that rainbow. We need that rainbow. Oh.
And then Freyline, again, like I said, needs the emerald and the sapphire. She's trying to get that emerald now. Checking on Nerdy over here.
Even the small amounts of starstones here, I think it'd be a little different, but I'm not even getting much in terms of starstones here.
There's a tree there.
Yeah, because I've seen one silver node since we got here. Okay, let's find... Oh, Jasper.
Okay, I'm back. Stream should be back up now.
Okay, we'll make sure you get 7 minutes during our break
would be
time.
fantastic right about now.
I appreciate it. Okay, I'm back. Stream should be back up now.
Okay, we'll make sure you get 7 minutes during our break time.
I appreciate it.
Yes, an ore compass would be really helpful right here, right now. They're only $20.
Alright, y'all, we got 20 minutes left for timed sabotages and incentives. 20 minutes left.
My ore compass.
Perfect, thank you. Alright, y'all, we got 20 minutes left for timed sabotages and incentives. 20 minutes left.
Ore compass.
Perfect, thank you.
Come on, 20 minutes to get me an ore compass, y'all. Let's do it.
Tally, you just got gifted a piece of platinum. Tally, you just got gifted a piece of platinum. So that there breaks the tie that Tally and Freyline had for second place, which will bring which brought Frey's score down a little bit.
That's such a weird... I don't know what the let go button is, but I need to figure that out, stat. I was like, for sure this is gonna give me a freaking ruby because it's in such a hard place to get to. Nah, it didn't. Ollie, did you finish your drives?
Can we get a shout out, please, for our friend Mega? Thank you, thank you.
Lurk,
Oh,
yes.
no,
Go
we
get
don't
some
want those, we don't want
noms.
those.
Give me some noms too, if you don't mind.
Oh, did I find the cave thing? Wait, is this it? Thank you, mods. Nar. I can't tell what this one
I
is.
feel like we found someone with a compass. I'm just like not trying to be creepy. Legit, I'm not
I
trying to
mean,
be
take
creepy,
advantage
but
of
they're
it,
like,
right? Rando in
they're
the
like on a mission.
world.
No way, there's usually tons of mining in here.
I'm like not trying to be a creeper or nothing, but I'm following you because I feel like you have an ore compass.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Theater.
Checking on Jakey here. I saw it. Thank you much, Mom. And yeah, I think I have all of that.
Thank you, Kayla. Do appreciate you. And thank you for the manifest. Oh, we dropped to the bottom. I would never call you out if you keep
15
following,
more
but just know
minutes
that
to
I
get
know you're
your
here and
timed
that I
sabotages and
appreciate you.
incentives in and purchased before they get turned off. 15 more minutes to get your timed sabotages and incentives in and purchased.
I just got a Rainbow Kitsu plush.
A Rainbow
Ground
Kitsu
nerdy,
plush.
so
That's a
ground
30
nerdy.
points and a spin on our wheel. Give me 1
I
second.
just got a Rainbow Kitsu plush.
Fucking hell.
A Rainbow Kitsu plush. That's a 30 points and a spin. Let's see what the wheel gives Nerdy for the Rainbow Kitsu.
Nerdy getting all the RNG today.
Let's see what the wheel. Nerdy, the wheel ended on stone only for 10 minutes. Who would you like to have that sabotage? Nerdy, the wheel.
Ooh, let's give that to
Not me.
Tally.
Tally, you have stone only nodes for the next
Give it to
10
me,
minutes. You can
give
only
it to
hit
me.
nodes that are stone only or white stone. 10 minutes starting now. For the next 10 minutes, you can only hit nodes that are stone only or white stone.
Oh.
10 minutes starting now. Bow, bow, bow. That rainbow. I was waiting for someone to get a rainbow plushie to get that 30 points. It's a
There's no points there,
huge
right?
boost. Huge
There's like
boost.
0 points there.
Nerdy is getting all the RNG Jesus today. 236. He'll need how many more points does he need to get in that top 5 at the current moment? Doing you mine a rock in my channel points. Thank you, Lindsay. Not that I was not typing that. 67, so only 30 what, 31 points away from getting into the current top
Dang,
5.
Look at all this iron. We can't hit it.
Bad Wolf getting an aquamarine to add to the chat points. Mora! Hi, Mora!
Burner. Is that the wrong stone? I'm not touching that. I think that might have been the wrong stone. Oh my god, did I just DQ?
You didn't pick it up. She's fine. I'm doing alright. I'm doing okay. Alright, y'all. 12 minutes left of time sabotages incentives. 12 minutes left. If you want to ground somebody, you want to send them to different maps, you need an ore compass for the start of the next round, or any of that. Now's your time to get those in. You want to ground somebody, you want to send them to different maps, you need an ore compass for the start of the next round, or any of that. Now's your time to get those in. I don't know who that anonymous was, but that doesn't work that way. But if you can come into my chat and tell me who you want to give that sabotage to instead, it can work that way. But that does not stop somebody from doing it. But if you can come into my chat and tell me who you want to give that sabotage to instead, it can work that way. But that does not stop somebody from doing it. Nerdy, you cannot hit stone-only nodes for the next 10 minutes.
And enjoy your stay.
Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid.
You cannot hit.
Meaning I can only hit stone for 10 minutes or no stone for 10 minutes.
You can't hit any stone-only nodes for the next 10 minutes.
Okay, so that means like still like pallium.
Only hit stone for 10 minutes or no stone for 10 minutes.
You can't hit any stone-only nodes for the next 10 minutes. Ramrod, you got gifted an ore compass that you can use at the beginning of the next after the break.
So
Thank you.
that sabotage is a perk.
Ramrod, you got gifted an ore compass that you can use at the beginning of the next after the break.
Thank you.
We are less than $8 away from 18,700. And we get to release another twist into the game. The next twist I'm going to leave out is your silver wing on your plot. If you go by and get it and get a red egg, it'll be 15 points. Is your silver wing on your plot. If you go by and get it and get a red egg, it'll be 15 points.
Queens. Seriously, please. 40 minutes left. It's just not fair.
It's all good. It still works. I mean, because now they can't hit stone-only nodes, but stone-only nodes still give you a lot of options of star stones. It also means they have to watch what they have to slow down, right? And figure out if they're hitting the right rocks and everything else.
I'm getting bratty about it.
It is a sabotage.
Like, how long have I spent here that I could have been spending trying to get more rubies and more platinum? Then I've been like, bruh.
I think your horse was a little thirsty there, Freyline.
And Kilma. Instead, I'm just humping everything.
I'm being denied an emerald right now.
There,
I'm very upset about it. I'm being denied an emerald right now. I'm very upset about it.
At least that's where I personally feel it came from. No, before I forget.
Our first gold cannot
Where is it? Over here.
I got yellow.
Wah. That RNG of those twists are not in your favor today, Freyline.
Yeah. I got yellow.
Wah. That RNG of those twists are not in your favor today, Freyline.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I still gotta.
It's okay.
I still gotta get to my.
It's okay.
I still gotta go to my plot to do that. Six minutes before break.
Hi, Ozzy.
And it was, if it was a red egg, right?
Alright, y'all, 6 more minutes left before time sabotages and incentives plus our random chaos will end in that 6 minutes. 6 more minutes left before time sabotage and incentives plus our random chaos will end in that 6 minutes. How's Ozzy today?
Anyone know how much time I have left on this?
Got a minute and a half.
No, that one. Is that no? I'm pretty sure I messed up my thing when I was playing last night. It didn't dawn on me that the.
I got a red egg.
Oh my goodness, Nerdy. Nerdy, you get 15 more points.
I got a red egg.
I've never seen such luck. Y'all, can you buy me a lottery ticket, bruh?
Nerdy, you get 15 more points.
Please.
I'm about to buy one after this. Like, good God.
Luck. Y'all, can you buy me a lottery ticket, bruh? Please.
All the
I'm
compass
about
is
to buy
done.
one after this.
Thank
Like,
you,
good
Ram.
God.
All right, Tally, you are free to hit whatever you like now. Thank you, Ram. All right, Tally, you are free to hit
Thank
whatever
you.
you like now.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
No.
All right, y'all. We got 4 minutes left before we take our last quick break. This break is going to be a little bit long though, because we're going to give Ram 7 more minutes because of the technical difficulties. We try to be fair as much as possible as we can, as the technical difficulties was out of his control. So it will be a little bit longer of a normal break than we normally have. Okay, guys.
Sounds great. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, no
It will be
worries.
a little bit longer of a normal break than we normally have. Okay, guys.
Sounds great. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, no worries. 100%.
I'm at my silver wing.
Go ahead.
What? I think the only twist that I failed today is what? The frickin'
I'm
hot
at my
pot?
silver wing. Green.
Wah. Thank you for the follow, Sour Patch. I appreciate
and I was even
that.
really close on that. Oh yeah, the piles. The piles give me damn recipes, that's right. Ooh, that stone can't hit it.
Y'all, we just hit 3,200. Wait, I hear the tones of an Australian? No, Jakey is, English, from England.
There we go.
Not Australian. You're talking about Jakey
Bahari for the
right
last
here.
half hour.
Mstrmischief.
No R in Jesus. But now he's going to bless us with an emerald. That's what he's going to do.
All right, y'all. Less than 2 minutes left to get those time sabotage incentives and random chaos donated. Again, we are only less than $8 away from hitting $18,700. Again, we are only less than $8 away from hitting $18,700.
All right, RNG wants entertainment. I mean, Ozzy, if there's any events that you want to do, and like I can do them at the same, I can do them as well. I mean, game on, game on. I'm game for more rivalry. All in the name of charity. Charity.
Just gonna run Ram. Less than a minute left, and before we do our half-hour break, All right, Nerdy, you can hit whatever you like, but pause now, and we will be pause. Put your guys' stuff up. Pause now. Ram, I've started your timer for your 7 minutes.
Thank you.
If everybody else wants to put their inventory up, we'll get your all scores figured out first.
Thank you.
And set up. I guess, like I said, it'll be about 7 minutes, y'all. So if y'all want to step away for a minute, go potty or stretch or whatever, we'll have that little bit of time. What an entertaining half hour, y'all. Entertaining half hour. What an entertaining half hour, y'all. Entertaining half hour. I believe that is that our first Rainbow Kitsu of the event, I think.
Didn't Rat get one the other day?
Did Rat get Rainbow one? I guess Rat did get a Rainbow one. I thought, was it Rainbow or
Yes,
Obsidian?
Rat got a Rainbow
Or it
one.
was Rainbow, okay. I mean, that's a profitable one, y'all, because again, don't forget that Rainbow plushie, Rainbow Kitsu, or Rainbow Frog, or Rainbow Fish is 30 points. So, like I told Rat in his chat earlier today, just so you're aware, all plushies obtained during the Great Palia charity hunt all must be brought and given to Behind the Last Streaming. It's in the forms you all signed. Y'all may have missed the small print, but it was there, I promise.
You will have to pry that goth kitsu from my cold dead fingers. I'm not kidding. Like, that's probably the only one that I would ever want. Like, the goth girl wanting the goth one. Like, you kidding?
You can fight me for this rainbow kitsu.
Like,
Because you ain't
I know
getting
that-
it.
It's fine. Did you
Because
see
I'm
the
going for
rainbow
the rainbow
kitsus?
frog in the last half hour.
Did you see the rainbow kitsu sitting in the chairs in the gazebo? I'm good. It's okay. Oh. Anyways, how are y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Hanging in there? We're good. We got just
Yeah,
30 minutes
I'm
left.
I don't know who I have to bribe at Palia to get a emerald, but like, please.
Dude, I'm with you. I've been going for a freaking
I've
emerald and
spent
a
so much
sapphire for
time.
2 hours.
And I'm still 4 stones off, and I just can't. My RNG is just shocking today.
When you abuse your RNG before an event, Jakey, with these plushies you got the other day.
Oh, don't, because I got an obsidian kitsu, a ruby, and a sapphire, all in the same like little mining spree. It was horrendous.
Yeah, see, you got to be careful about trying to use up the RNG before an event.
I will say that this is my first starred ruby I've had since I gave it for Tish's thing at the beginning of the game.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. We've gotten 2 starred rubies in this match, y'all, by the way. That's crazy too. Because I think, Tally, you got the starred ruby today too, right? Yeah.
I did get one, yeah.
Yeah. So starred rubies. I think those are our first 2 starred rubies of the month too. I don't think anybody else has gotten starred rubies this month. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. 2.5 more minutes for Ram. Time sabotage incentives have been off. Don't forget, we still have regular sabotages and all of the other incentives of Starstones and ore can be donated up until the very end. 10 minutes till you will be all of the sabotages will end 10 minutes till. Eric, yes, the Sunstone will be added finally at the Grand Championship round in July. We did not add that into this event because unfortunately we already had one round already go through on the 1st of July or 1st of June, and then the Sunstone went out on the 2nd, and I felt like it was unfair for the first round people to not have the opportunity to make those points to allow everybody else to now make those points. So we have decided just to keep it off of the event, but at the Grand Championship round is when it'll be initiated. I'm still trying to decide what point value we're going to make that Sunstone. So that's still something we're still processing and figuring out.
Amanda, did you say it was gold or statue?
It is no,
Or
it's
silver
the
wing?
silver wing.
Okay, I'm there.
Go ahead.
Yellow.
Yellow is not the color. And you got 1 minute. And then Ram will pop up his inventory at that time, and then we'll double check, make sure all the scores are good, and then we'll get into our last half hour. Don't forget again, the top 5 streamers of the month will go on and compete at the Grand Championship round. Those scores are decently high right now, but I know Well, right now, Nerdy is close to hitting that top 5. Yeah. Our top 5 scores, which I'll talk about in just a second. Ram, go ahead and put your inventory up and pause. The top scores right now. So Jupy first is in the lead at 538 points. Coaster is at 405. Rat at 329. Shy at 273. And Feisty Streams is at 267. So that's where those top 5 scores are. I'll let whoever's modding for RAM get those scores in, and then mods let me know when you're ready, and we'll go over the scores and then get our last 30 minutes going. Chat points, by the way, chat's is at 620 points. So good job today on our in my chat for getting those rocks minded. All right, so we are good to go. Our scores right now in 5th place is Jakey at 125. 4th place right now is Freyline at 176. Then we got Tally at 179, Ram at 185, and Nerdy at 251. All right, and then going into our ore counts. For silver, Tally's still in the lead at 85. Ram at 70, Frey at 59, Jakey's 37, Nerdy at 20. In gold, Ram is in the lead at 110 pieces, Jakey at 83, Nerdy at 46, Frey at 20, Tally at 1. And platinum, Ram is in the lead at 35, Frey at 28, Tally at 22, Nerdy at 10, Jakey at 8. Alrighty, any questions, comments, or concerns before we get our last half hour going?
Nope.
All right.
I need to pop my ore compass right away, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, y'all may begin. Last half hour, let's get it. Again, we are at $18,692.69 left, or raised. So let's see if we can get ourselves. I would love to get to 19,000. I don't know if that's gonna happen. So can we get to 750? 18,750. That's $58 more raised, y'all. We can do this. That's $58 more raised, y'all. We can do this.
Gosh. I mean, why is this place so cute at all times?
Adam Levine, let's go, Ozzy. Oh, Cleopatra.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, Jupy has like 500 points. I think she's won like every year. I think.
All right. Can we get this final round going? And make sure to keep an eye on the scores.
Because I don't think we have a chance of even getting close to that. So I think that's what
Yeah,
we
I'm
realized
muted.
last year as well.
A pile up here somewhere.
I was like, oh yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Let me just have fun. I really wanted to make the pride flag though. That I am a little bit sad about. But we still need a sapphire, which we need to mine iron or gold for. And we also need a how do I just find chests like that? I feel like someone came through here because there's usually ore here. And there is none. Rocks. Oh, these rocks.
Decided to go back to Elderwood for the
There's
final.
many rocks right here. One of them's got to give me something. Genuinely, I don't know what the plan would have been to like to do this perfectly. There's definitely like something I could have done in a better order, like, or maybe actually like hitting the rock instead of swinging 5 times at air. That might have been a good thing to.
Maybe, right? Let's see what Nerdy's talking.
Oops.
Tally's at 182. Tally's at 182.
We can do this. We can do this. All the RNG.
Second on. Jakey was in the lead for a time during this event, and now in last place right now. A little ways behind. And so what's really crazy about this round is like everyone has had their time in first place.
It's not about the winning. It's about taking part that counts anyway, isn't it, guys? We're here for the participation award.
Second on Ram. All right, guys, don't forget again, we are only $8 away from that 18,700, y'all. Just $8. The $110 donation can help us get over that little marker there. We can do this. Come on. Can help get over that little marker. Can help get over that little marker there. We can do this. Come on.
Time in certain areas. Paga. Does anybody perchance have like 20 that they can give so I can get an ore compass and just get my last bit of platinum?
There's no more ore compasses left, love.
So cool.
Ore compasses are donezo. They're part of the time sabotaging incentives.
So I screwed myself with the bird. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Finally some gold. Finally some gold. Let's go.
Fortunately, she's so far behind on gold. I don't know. Unless she might be able to take Freyline over with the gold, but I'm not sure.
Focus check. Okay. Come on, baby. Sapphire. You know what this is reminding me of, chat? Going down by 1 in Disney Dreamlight Valley. We tried so hard to get the thingy in Disney Dreamlight Valley, but we missed it by 1 thing. I forget what thing it was. Okay. That's the thing. Yeah, it was an item on the star path. Yeah, I just forget which. There was like one item, and like we literally only needed one more, and we could not get it.
Jakey at 128.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, come on.
Jakey at 128.
Come on.
I got a nerdy. With some gold. Thank you.
Let's go through the
Donna,
mines real
hello.
quick.
Welcome in. Tally at 184. The Rams 185.
Oh, we are down to the
Tally at 184. The Rams 185.
Ooh. Ooh. Neck and neck. Come on.
We got 10 more minutes of sabotages, y'all. 10 more minutes before the sabotages end, and all that will be left is the incentives of donating starstones and ore. 10 more minutes of sabotages, y'all. 10 more minutes before the sabotages end, and all that will be left is the incentives of donating starstones and ore.
You know, chat, if anyone is thinking about a final donation in the last push.
All right, Ramrod, you just got gifted a garnet, taking us over the $18,700 mark.
82.
All right, Ramrod, you just got gifted a
Thank you.
garnet, taking us over the $18,700 That'll put you
mark.
at 186 points. The tally's 188 points. That'll put you
I got my rainbow. I got my rainbow.
6 points. The tally's 100. All right, we'll double check that confirmation for you, and I'll have that with you in just a second. Nerdy at 255. All right, we'll double check that confirmation for you, and I'll have that with you in just a second. Nerdy at 255.
Ooh. Are we verified? Can I go? Or are we verified at the end?
All right, you've been confirmed. Tally has got her rainbow set, putting her score to 208. All right, you've been confirmed. Tally has got her rainbow set, putting her score to 208.
Come on, points. Come on, points. We need points.
I don't.
Gifted ore would help us so much right now. Your Freyline.
I'll just take it as a win. Take it as a win. You know, like just stay bottom of the pack, and you'll never get sabotaged.
Jakey at 129.
Which we know what happened.
Jakey at 129.
So We could get gold here. There's no chance for platinum. Do we go back to Elderwood and finish off there? Or do we stay here where I kind of know my way a bit better?
7 minutes left for sabotages. 7 minutes left.
I'm so focused on finding nodes that I'm just like...
7 minutes left for sabotages. 7 minutes left.
Plat is $10. Gold is $5. Let's go. Platinum and gold.
Garnet, let's go.
Nerdy at 256. Nerdy at 256.
Another Garnet, let's go.
Nerdy at 257. Ramrod at 190. 257. Ramrod at 190. Nerdy, I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred fish, please.
Okay.
Nerdy, I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred fish, please.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Gosh.
Freyline's at 180.
Just in copper? Or is it silver and copper?
Freyline's at 180.
Starred mud minnow for ya.
Thank you kindly.
Copper and silver.
Starred mud minnow for ya. Starred mud minnow for ya.
Thank you kindly. Four minutes left for sabotages. 4 minutes left on sabotages.
I think that was what I needed.
4 minutes left for sabotages. 4 minutes left on sabotages.
Oh my god, and that means there's only like 15 minutes left. Okay.
Quartz and 5 silver.
Ramrod at 191. Ramrod at 191. You're like just hunting down these, checking these scores, y'all.
We got a Jasper. Is that points? Jasper?
Ram only needs an emerald. Oh my gosh, crazy.
Oh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Let's try.
Tally at 211.
Got it. Come on, plushie.
Tally at 211. Unfortunately, that rainbow set's not going to be enough for him, even if he does get it, though. Nerdy at 260. Got a minute and a half of sabotages before we get into our final 10 minutes. Nerdy at 260. Got a minute and a half of sabotages before we get into our final 10 minutes.
Final 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? I heard one. I heard one. Kablammy. Kablammy.
Ram at 192. Nerdy at 263. Nerdy at 263.
Oh, I missed.
All right, y'all. All sabotages have ended. All that's left are incentives. We are in our last 10 minutes. 10 minutes left in the competition. All sabotages have ended. All that's left are incentives. We are in our last 10 minutes. 10 minutes left in the competition.
10 minutes. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. This might be a crazy play, and I don't even know if it's gonna be worth it to try. But we're gonna anyway. Where's the thing? Where's the thing to go? It's over here. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Can I use this? Go, 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 go. Has idea, has idea. Girl, go mine. Has idea. Come on, come on. Load quick, load quick, load quick. Load quick. Quicker, please. We need quick.
Eight minutes, y'all. 8 minutes left.
Garnet, let's go.
Nerdy at 266.
Starred Garnet, let's go.
Nerdy at 266. I'm gonna have to take a nap before work. Let's see. Nerdy needs 2 points to be in the current top 5. All right, y'all, we had a change in platinum. Jakey's got 12 pieces of platinum, overtaking Nerdy's place in 4th place in platinum.
All right, y'all, we had a change.
That brings
in
Nerdy down to
platinum.
261. Jakey is up to 234 or 134.
Place in 4th place in platinum.
That brings Nerdy down to 261. Jakey is up to 234 or 134. 5 minutes left, y'all. 5 minutes left. Nerdy is 6 points away from making the current top 5 of our streamers for the month. Nerdy is 6 points away from making the current top 5 of our streamers for the month. Rams at 194. Tally at 213. Rams at 194. Tally at 213.
Oh my god! Fucking yes! Starred Ruby!
Jakey at 159.
Yes!
Nerdy at 262.
Let's go!
Just saying that was a starred ruby as well.
3
I got an
starred
obsidian
rubies.
kitsu.
Another kitsu.
Just saying that was a starred ruby as well.
Spinning my wheel as quickly as possible. That was Nerdy with the kitsu. Another kitsu.
Oh my god. Oh my heart, my heart. Right, let's get out of here, guys. Before the RNG
Nerdy, that was
gods
you with the
get us.
kitsu, yes?
Yes.
All right, an emerald is what it landed on. I'm assuming you want to keep that.
Yes, please.
All right, Nerdy got an emerald from the kitsu chaos wheel. I'm assuming you want to keep that.
Yes, please.
All right, Nerdy got an emerald from the kitsu
Come on.
wheel.
Come on, come on, come on.
3 minutes left
Oh
in
my
the
God,
competition.
my heart is actually in my chest.
That puts Nerdy at 266. 1 point away from making the current top 5 of our competition for the competitors for the Grand Championship round. 1 point away from making the current top 5 of our competition for the competitors for the Grand Championship round. Hi, Queen. How are you? 2 minutes left, y'all. 2 minutes left. minutes left, y'all. 2 minutes left. I mean, that would put Ram in second place if he got that emerald, right? Barely in second place. Tally's at 219. Frey at 190. Tally's at 219. Frey at 190.
Darn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Nerdy at 267 puts them in the top 5 at this current moment. Nerdy at 267 puts them in the top 5. 1 minute warning. Moment. 1 minute left. One minute warning. 1 minute left.
I got a sticker pack.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and pause. Pull up your inventories so that mods can double check the scores, make sure they've got the right info in there. Node, finish that node and we are officially done with the mining. Round 5 is complete. Y'all, we are at $18,712.69 so far raised, and we are now officially halfway through the amount of rounds we have left to come. So, amazing job, guys. Thank you so much for participating and being a part of this again with us. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
It was a hella blast.
Hella blast. It was a good round, y'all. It was a very close round. All 5 of you all were in the lead at one time or another in this event. I don't know if we've ever had a round where we've had that factor where like all of you all had at least been in the first place spot at least once in the whole round, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So GG's on that.
It's always
been
a pleasure
so
to
much
participate in
fun.
these events.
Yeah, I had a blast. It was so fun.
I do also again want to thank you Tally for popping in here and jumping in so we can have 5 total streamers. So I do appreciate that. It means a lot to me to be able to do that. Also really quickly, just a reminder to all of the streamers, It Gets Better has given me stickers and buttons for you all. So make sure that you send me a Discord DM of an address that we can mail those to. Also, at the end of your stream, when you guys get your stream summaries, if I can possibly get your unique viewer count, that's the only only part I need. If you want to take a screenshot, you can do that, or you can just send it to me. The only reason why I'm asking for that is because we are going to continue to try to build some sponsorships for these events, and it's good to be able to show them what that unique viewer count totals could be, and where how many people they can reach for sponsoring these events and being their name out there. So if you guys can do that for me, it'd be greatly appreciated. All right, are y'all ready for the final scores?
It is.
Jakey in 5th place at 159. Ram in fourth at 196. Freyline on third at 197. That was tight. Tally at 219. And Nerdy is our winner at 267, which ties Feisty Streams right now for 5th place in our overall top 5 at this current moment. So, very good round. GG's Nerdy. Again, don't forget to send me the address. So I think I already have your address somewhere, but just in case, as you'll be the recipient of the round 5's trophy. The round 5 Great Paley Charity Hunt trophy, which you will get. And
like the 4 times that I've done this, that's the first time I've won.
I know, right?
Congratulations. That's amazing.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was so much fun.
Great work, everyone. Well done.
Again, thank you all for participating and coming a part of everything. Also wanted to shout out again. Don't forget, y'all, we do have Great Paley Charity Hunt merch. You can always come into my chat and do charity merch, exclamation mark charity merch. It'll give you the links. There are 2 separate links. One is for Bonfire. That's where we do our shirts from, because I really like how their shirts are designed. I bought this last year, the shirt I'm wearing right now, y'all. I wear it a lot. I wash it a lot, and it is still in great condition. So make sure you guys check out the Bonfire for that. The other one is Fourth Wall. That's where I have the cups and everything else. Any profit I do make out of those do come right back into the charity event. Somehow, some way to make sure that we get this charity event to keep going, okay? So check that out for you. Thank you again to our sponsors. Thank you for our charity mods. We could not have done this event without all of our charity mods. It takes a village to put this event together. So big shout out to all of our mods today that has participated. And a big shout out to all the streamers as well for coming in and spending time and raising money for an amazing cause. I'm going to open the floor for you all. If you all have anything you all want to say or anything, now is your all's time before we wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Thank you.
No, it's always a pleasure to do these events from both sides because I'm going to be modding tomorrow. So it's always a pleasure, Amanda. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for all the donations. And fellow streamers, I had fun. Congratulations. It was a good time. I hope to come back.
Yes, absolutely. And keep in mind, we do these every month. So check out the Discord for the upcoming month. We're working on what charity we're going to be doing in August. As soon as I figure that out, we will have forums available for our August round. So always keep in mind on that. We do this year round. So if y'all ever want to join an event, y'all can.
As a first-time participant in this event,
Whatever.
Brown.
Just want to say first and foremost, Amanda, thank you for putting on the event. Such an amazing job. Can we also give a big shout out to all the charity mods and behind the scene admin that help put this event on and keep all of us streamers sane with telling us what to do and make sure our accounts are correct. And then finally, to all the communities, if it's not for your donations and your support, we don't do this. So thank you to all the communities who donated, just sat, cheered us on, lurked, all the above. Just being here, supporting the streamers is huge. That means a lot to us. I know I speak for all the streamers when I say it doesn't matter if you can give $1, $100, or nothing. Just being there is all that matters to us. So appreciate all the communities for supporting us.
Here.
Yes, I will be wrapping up myself here because I have to be at work in an hour and a half. So I will chat with you all later. Again, thank you guys so much. I don't know, yeah. Is any of y'all staying on and playing
I
a little
won't be.
longer.
I'm going to bed.
I figured you're going to bed. Nerdy
I'm
probably
staying on.
should go to bed.
I should, but I'm gonna be playing some more Bookshop Simulator.
I know where I'm going then.
Oh,
I figured we could
Alrighty.
all wrap it up into one, so I rated you quickly. So
I saw
do
that.
whatever you want.
Alrighty, y'all. I will talk to you guys later. Thank you guys so much. Don't forget, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we have our next round. Never Trust the Living, Moonlit Squid, Lady Sapphire, Juby 52, and Chilling with G will be joining us tomorrow in that round. So make sure you guys come back and see us then. And I will talk to all of you all later. Thank you guys again so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks.
And we are going to go ahead and raid our winner tonight. Nerdy is maybe changing games, but Nerdy is still our winner today. So we're going to raid out Nerdy. I'm not staying too much longer, obviously, because again, I have to get ready for work. So I will get this raid situated here. If we can get our raid out message. Yep. Nerdy Fam Gaming. Make sure I spell it correctly. And I will see you all tomorrow for another round. Hopefully, with tomorrow's round, maybe we can hit that $20,000 mark tomorrow. We will have to see. So I will see you all over there and have a great day, guys. Well, bye.
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The lashers here are like no other, a family that we have found. Through joy and laughter, we've connected. A bond that will forever be renowned. So let's keep dancing and celebrate the friendships that we've cultivated. As we bid adieu, we'll hold this night close. The memories like a sparkling